Merkulov, Director of Analyst, Department Freedom Blogger, to inaugurate this event. Please, the floor is yours. Well, hello everyone. Thank you very much for coming. That's an outstanding event. We've been preparing it for a long time. The first preparations started from last October. First, the idea was to create a case championship. It's like our pearl of the conference where the participants will be given a chance to fight for the opportunity to work with us, to check their skills, to compete with others, and to showcase your results. And then after that, as we were preparing, it all turned into the conference, and we decided let's go ahead. Let's try to expand our event and see what kind of challenges there are among the beginners, and because in the universities you are trained certain skills, soft, tech, hard skills, and other things. But the academic environment cannot prepare you to the real sector, because the reality differs from what we see in the textbooks of the curriculum. The curriculum is inserted in the textbooks, in the syllaba, and the world has changed, and the technologies changed the way we perceive this world and the way we use the technologies. And there's some kind of persistently and consistently changing the world. It's really important to communicate the students what they need to be prepared to, what they need to aspire to, and what will change. If we give a certain direction, you'll be able to choose the right journey for yourself. When you love your work, when you understand what you will be dealing with, it will always lead you to first success. Secondly, you might not see, you might not think about it, but the company will gain more boost when people come here and empowered, boosted, and energized with the idea of what they want from their career. Will get many times more. You can get from those employees many times more rather than from those who come to their work from 9 to 6 and nothing happens. This is like a work-life balance, but this power, this work stamina helps not only the employees but the company in general. This interest drives the company, and I hope that it will turn into the every year conference where we will be able to talk about all brokerage, lifestyle, and other businesses that work around our company. We don't have a purpose to bring all people from the market to our company. No, we have a strategic view. We have a strategic outlook that we invest in people's assets, and it will help us grow every year. What we build in here, the evolution, it will help us in the future, and you can go to work with our competitors, to the regulators, to work somewhere at a university. Then you can go to a broker, bring new knowledge to implement the ideas that did not exist before. And this is the purpose of the conference. Well, thank you very much for coming here. That's a great pleasure for me to see you, all of you, and we will have the outstanding discussions, outstanding speakers with different background and different insights and different outlooks of what the future experts should be. Okay, let's get started. I would like to request a small interaction. Let's make a selfie together. So we have a big audience, but I'll try to make a small selfie with all of you. Maybe that was a bad idea, but I'll try to at least. Guys, well, could you please dim the light a little bit? Okay. Thank you very much for all that. Now you can turn the lights on. Well, the pictures will be posted on the social media. Now it's time to get started. Thank you very much. And now let's start with the first panel session today, which sounds as the brokerage technological body. Probably it's not clear what it's all about, but I'd like to ask the experts to proceed to this stage. Renat Tukanov, Freedom Holding Corporation, Chief Tech Director. Olivier Garis, Managing Director, Operations, Astana International Exchange. Mikhail Grishko, Deputy Chairman, CASE. Mikhail Grishko. And the moderator of this discussion will be Savetkanov, founder and CEO of fintech network. Hello, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, distinguished friends. First, I'd like to meet the audience. I think this word, the youth, is appropriate. Could you please clap the ones who study at the university? Okay. And now, who's graduates over the past 5 years, the alumnus, the alumni. Well, and now the 5-year experienced workers. Well, it's all clear now. Well, let's get started. Well, our session is about how the stock market works under the hood in the IT era. So I just want to make a small intro. We've recently done research about the introduction of the artificial intelligence at the finance market. There are different technological trends that affect financial markets to a greater or lesser extent. The financial markets consist of several blocks, and one of them is the artificial intelligence, which is being introduced in the banking sector, both in Kazakhstan and in Central Asia. In general, the two key findings are the following. The Central Asian countries are less prepared rather than the global countries, and the financial organizations shifted from the use of the artificial intelligence in their clients' experience towards the transformation of internal processes. For the stock market, I think these are slightly different trends. Blockchain, cryptocurrency, and new markets emerge, and they impact the way the market will look like in 10 to 15 years, and it heavily impacts on where we need to go to build our strategy accordingly to improve our businesses and to deploy our business models. So today we have pretty good panelists, brokers, stock exchange, and financial organizations, and we want to talk where the young experts should look in the future for them not to deal with a certain business, but to build their career purposefully and do something beneficial both for the market and the society. Well, the first question I'd like to forward to Renat. Okay, Renat, tell me please what the broker looks like from inside, and or what the financial institution looks like now, or probably we can have a flashback to see what the dynamic was and what's going to be next. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. And it's really pleasant that the stock market, you as the young experts consider the stock market. I want to tell you the obvious thing, but there are not enough experts. I joined Freedom in 2016 as a broker. Back then, I think the good thing is that we communicate with Olivier and Mikhail, and we've been all together for 10 years working by introducing different tools. Over this past 10 years, I wouldn't say that there are more experts now. The stock market is considered a technology which is invisible, and we thought like it works itself. It works like the light or the sewage water, the supply water. But the stock markets have the fastest, the coolest technologies, and the fact that they work means that there are many people who stand behind, because the stock market infrastructure is difficult from the business models perspective. There are central depositories, there are some channels, some counterparties, and others. But the applied part of the stock exchange market is very complicated to understand from the first sight. So if you press on the buy button and you buy shares, normally it should work this way, but there are many cases occur backstage, clearances, clearing transactions, because you buy and sell shares. But there are so many processes that take place behind. The operational day closes. The central depositories, they clear the difference from every purchase. The same way the banks work. The applicable part of the stock market is also complicated, is also challenging. When I joined the brokerage, I didn't have so much clue about this, but I was very curious. I was wondering the way it works. I remember since 2016 we were introducing the fixed protocol in CACE. We helped others to test the phenomena, because the market's activity is a big factor, and historically it consisted of multiple factors. It was not that high, but over the past 10 years it increased dramatically, and you need to be involved in testing the system. We used in the protocol, we were engaged in the protocol testing. We did that, and a couple of other brokers. Sometimes it's so difficult to detect all the errors, all the mistakes, and even if you check what fixed protocol is, the factor is a standard. And probably you know the way it works. Some other engines check their protocols, but historically the stock market is really technological, and we lack experts because it's really specific. There are no training courses. The universities don't teach the curriculum to train people and to help them know what kind of technologies lay behind this technology. And our TraderNet platform works with 10 brokers, and we have been developing them since 2010 or 12. It passed through a number of different upgrades and updates, and we are really proud of it. It has turned into a unique system, because this kind of a system has no parallel products. Neither Kazakhstan nor other jurisdictions have something similar. It's unparalleled. And for you to understand, yeah, and the development of the platform involves more than 150 developers, as well as the same number of product developers and managers. As a matter of fact, our trade platform involves more than 500 people who develop them every day. But you don't only need the developers, you don't only need the business analysts, but also the people who know how the stock market operates, because the applicable part of the business is extremely important. All that can be learned, all that can be accomplished. And the best example is that in 2016 we introduced the post-netting tool. You don't really have to know what it is, but probably there is nothing that gives you an idea what's what. But as a matter of fact, it's a tool that allows clients to shift their positions, to borrow short money, and every day shift their positions without the need of repaying. Just for the sake of example, you buy shares and you see their growth. You can borrow money and prolong specific positions as long as it's necessary. Probably we've been discussing with Mikhail and Olivier that in a particular university we will launch curriculum of for people to understand what the stock market is and the way it operates technologically. Because of that, there would be more graduates who know the way they work, because the Freedom Broker Kazakhstan's integration with them, there are more than 200 different integrations with stock exchanges, with the depositories, with the Caseo IX integration represents not single service, but the access to the section where the shares are traded. There is a currency trading sector where the currency are traded, and all of them have information gateways. And at every gateway, there is the developer's version, the test version, and so on and so forth. The architecture is really challenging and probably complicated, and we need to have well-trained people. We will train them, and as the practice shows, we have many outstanding specialists who know what the stock markets are, the way they work, especially when there are large-scale projects. When IX or when Casse shifted to some other platform, and the market didn't notice this transition. It was all seamless. Of course, there are not enough experts, business analysts, system analysts, developers. All of them are not enough. I'll tell you why. Because the scales of the stock exchange did not allow the owners to pay for such people. But now the reality has changed, and after Freedom, other brokers appeared. That pleases us, because developing market together is more convenient than having all people working in silos. My answer will be like that. Thank you, Renat. Very, very brief answer, very short answer, yeah. Especially when we talk about the stock markets, it's so difficult to answer easily. How many brokers you have? It depends. Two brokers, the major ones. But as I remember, the number of clients were like 300 clients, less than in the banking. But the stock exchange nature is different, because the bank's clients face their work every day, because you need to access your mobile app to check how much money you have on your current account or on deposits. But the stock exchange players play in a long run, because you access the market, you access the app and check the way the listing positions changed, which makes investors panic, because the market may go up, may go down. And if you check all the listings, small and big ones, Microsoft and Freedom, the market is growing, is consistently growing. And if you think where to invest, probably you need to invest in ITF and, of course, in the Freedom's shares. And the market shows, I received the news that those clients whose portfolio is more than 50 million tenge, they prefer to invest in the stock exchange market, because it's a significant alternative. how many people work with brokers as brokers, like 300 people. Yeah, there is a company, Freedom Technologies, which we transfer to Astana hub. Distinguished Madiev is not here. We set it up there, and there are around 300 people. They are engaged in the development and product follow-up in the TraderNet, and they didn't have the divisions out there, and most of them are our distinguished sales force, the ones that sell our technologies. And now there are 700 people, like in overall and all. So 300 are technical specialists. Yeah, I mean, they live their own life because they represent a separate entity. They work independently, and we just use them with different brokers, with different countries. For all brokers, for all markets. It's better that we work this way. Okay, 300 people serve 300,000 clients, right? Well, I mean, if you consider all brokers and all clients from all countries, there will be more than 1 billion, because there is also a big market in Europe. And I think that this kind of indicator, probably you need to check it, because the banks serve increasingly more people, because the average receipt is like this and the transactional story is higher, and this is something different. But I think that we can calculate how many clients fall to single broker, but I think we are one of the greatest in Kazakhstan. Okay, we will come back to you shortly.
Our guest from Astana, Olivier. We had a talk yesterday, talked a little bit about how to run this panel session, and the question I want to ask you, almost the same as I asked Renat, how does modern exchange look like today? How it looks today, and probably it seems like you have a lot of experience, and how it looked back then, like 10 years ago.
Добрый день. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Извините, я не говорю по-русски. I'll switch to English. That'll be much easier on everyone. I'm sure everybody speaks English here, as you should. I see young people. Yeah, all right, good. All right, well, I'm an old-timer here, okay? I joined the exchange industry 36 years ago, the futures exchange in Paris. Back then, there was no electronic trading. It was like a good old open outcry trading pit with people wearing bright-colored jackets, shouting and screaming their lungs off. The only skill that was required back then was basically to shout louder than the guy next to you and make sure nobody steps on your toes. Obviously, that has changed a bit. I was lucky enough that when the futures exchange in Paris decided to move to electronic trading, I was there. So I was at the right place at the right time. I also had one huge advantage. I was probably the only guy at the exchange who could speak some sort of English. So that helped a lot. So they told me, listen, you migrate the operations to on-screen. And I did that. Little did I know back then that I was the second guy in the world to do that in the futures markets. The first guy was in Sydney a few years before. And then my phone started ringing, obviously, you know, because at the same time, there were many new exchanges was being set up, or people were migrating from open outcry to electronic trading. So one guy called me first, like in Australia. He told me, well, I'm setting up a derivatives exchange. Why don't you come and help me? Just went there, helped him. We set up the exchange. It was during the first internet bubble. The exchange went belly up within 3 weeks or something like that. It was a great experience. I mean, not for the shareholders, obviously, but for me, I learned, you know, everything you should make in terms of mistakes when you set up a startup exchange. And I sort of made sure I wouldn't make those same mistakes again. And then I moved to Boston in the US, where we set up another exchange, the Boston Options Exchange. And every time I could see that the technology was advancing very fast. Then a third one was Turquoise in London. Turquoise was what was called an MTF, Multilateral Trading Facility. It was just a trading venue. Back then, anybody could go and set up their own exchange. You didn't have to be a listing venue with all the regulatory burden and that sort of stuff. Also, it was like the start of a high-frequency trading. So it was basically a shooting gallery. It was just high-frequency trading algos. So you just put 20 algos in a room with no furniture, no nothing, an empty room, and you let them shoot at each other. And then I moved to Qatar. And Qatar was good because my first experience in cash products, cash equities, was also my first experience at frontier markets. And Qatar, the exchange existed already. The goal of the reason why they got me there was to clinch what's called an upgrade from frontier to emerging markets with the main index suppliers, MSCI and FTSE, which we did, which equated in $3 billion getting into the exchange overnight on the day of the upgrade. So yeah, that's basically how the exchange world has evolved. And now we're, I was so obviously my phone rang one day and some bloke in Kazakhstan saying, why don't you come and help us? We're setting up this financial center and we'd love to have you here. So I came up, set up my fourth exchange from scratch, and we also set up a depository from scratch, which wasn't the idea initially. So ultimately, if you lift the hood of this whole thing, what do you see in there? You see software. Obviously, you don't see it because it's intangible, but it's software. It's there's a matching engine, which is clearly it's the easiest part of the whole thing. You see a settlement engine, which is much more complicated. At CACE, for example, you'll see a clearing engine as well, which will manage the risk, which is getting more complex. And you'll see surveillance systems, hopefully, that try to detect the baddies, because when there's money, there's always bad people. There's the minority, but you need to make sure that language do I want to speak? That's something that's very important. 30 years ago, what language do I want to speak is well, I speak English. Today, maybe if you speak Chinese, actually, you probably don't need to speak English. But now also what you want to know is what sort of IT language do I want to speak? What sort of IT language is used today, and more importantly, will still be used in 5 or 10 year time? So in the old days, COBOL, Fortran, stuff I'm sure you've never heard about. Now, what's used today? Python, obviously. C++ is still there, which is surprising. Go, and Java, of all things. Java, 20-year-old Java is still very much in demand. So, that's something you want to think about. What do you want to speak? SQL as well is still very much in demand. Also, what we don't see actually is hardware. You don't see hardware anymore. So the hardware, all the software sits on hardware. And the hardware is now virtualized. It's all virtual machines. So you can't even see a good old piece of server. And even the data centers now are virtualized. So everybody moves into the cloud. AIX was the very first traditional, i.e. non-crypto exchange in the world to move all its infrastructure in the cloud, in the AWS cloud. And there's something here that's happening right now, and actually a Freedom group is involved into it. There's a next generation, state-of-the-art data center that's being built outside Astana called Akashi. That's the future. I can tell you, when those guys are live, it's going to be a game changer for Kazakhstan. For another good reason is that for the first time, you'll have all the cloud providers coming into Kazakhstan, AWS, Azure, KazCloud, the local one. And those guys are going to set up a segregated Kazakh domain in the cloud that will most likely host the whole financial infrastructure of Kazakhstan, and that will take care of all the data, confidentiality policies that cause problems at the moment. Then what you see also is telcos. Obviously, you need telcos. Like everybody accesses the exchanges via VPNs, secure VPNs, private VPNs. That's the way of it's happening today. And when you have all that in place, the last thing you need is IT security. So that's also one area where there's a massive demand for talent, and that will keep growing because, like, you know, especially exchanges are very privileged, if I may say, target for all the hackers of the world. All the hackers of the world dream of hacking into an exchange system. And we're continuously under attack. I mean, we see it throughout the day. Every day, we see people trying to hack into our systems. So far, we've managed to resist that, but it's a constant priority for us. That's it, in a nutshell.
Thank you, Oliver. It's pretty interesting experience, and I see two massive trends that exchanges moved from all paper to all digital in the last 10 to 20 years, and now they are moving into the cloud and getting further in that. But as we talked yesterday, I know you have a law background, but and I want to ask audience. I will ask in Russian. Я хочу узнать, на каких направлениях вы здесь учитесь. Поскольку здесь большинство студенты, давайте поаплодируем те, кто учатся финансы, экономика. Это направление. А есть тут те, кто учатся на IT? И право.
Юристов хватит столько, да.
So you see, it's pretty interesting that not a lot of IT guys here, but exchanges and brokers are moving into IT. And in these terms, what would you recommend? What to choose young guys what to study, what to learn? Maybe not only about programming languages, but also probably crypto or something else.
Is that for me?
Yeah.
Well, learn what you feel like learning. At the end of the day, obviously, you know, try to find what will be in demand in the coming years, in the next 10, 15 years. Make sure you like it as well. Don't get dragged into doing something you don't like. Yeah, crypto is obviously something, I mean, more than crypto, and Mikhail will tell more about that, I'm sure, is a tokenization. Tokenization of securities and like you know, all this segment of the financial markets moving into tokenized securities, I think will be something very important in the future. Not only on the trading side, but in my opinion, more importantly on the settlement side, because all of a sudden you're going to go from T+2, T+1 settlement, you know, with like all that then entails, to real-time settlement T0. So yeah, that's something definitely you want to look at. And also, as I said before, IT security, there'll always be, you know, jobs for people who are good at IT security.
Yeah, thank you.
And probably our next speaker, Mikhail. With Mikhail, we already met before when we worked with Mikhail. I know that Cassie. So we did a lot that there should be a tokenization in the Kazakh Stock Exchange, and we would like to know more about what really is considered the highest trend, the biggest trend. I mean, not specifically when you talk about CAS, about the stock market as such, what is considered to be a greater trend in the area where you work, the artificial intelligence or a blockchain or crypto. So, well, I can also tell you how it all works, how we got to know the stock market back then, why I didn't have this part of the story. Well, thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for this question. Well, and by the essence, to the essence, let's go to the essence. And so in the stock market, so my acquaintance with the stock market started in 2007. That was my first experience working at Cassie back then. And to my luck, I knew all the advantages, and it used to be a very difficult topic, but it was sexy, so to say, all these finances, bankers, brokers. I was on the verge of all these systems, so where the speed is needed. Yeah, when the speed is needed, I'm always there, and yeah, it's still very demanded skill. And yeah, indeed, since then, if you look at what changed, it used to be there used to be a very wide, non-regulated market, and despite the fact that the Cassie Stock Exchange appeared in 1993, 2 days after the introducing of the national currency, they had a very huge experience and with all that. But despite this fact, since 2007, 8, and 9, they mocked the complication that led us to where we are now. Well, if you talk about the technological system, what's the difference between the systems of the stock exchange from our products is that they are very diverse. You have to have a very hot core that could process the requests very fast, because if you talk about the Kase Stock Exchange, where the currency rate is defined, there are not those who trade with hands. They are the requests generated by algorithms. In one session, we can get around 1 billion requests daily, and no one works with them manually, and only if someone insists or in requests. And the second part relates to our backing and clearing system. And every time when the client submits a request, one needs to decide whether to give a loan or not, to give a chance to process a certain request, and it depends on what will be your security, and all these things must be calculated in a moment at a time, and a bigger portion represents the facilities, the way we attract an issuer, how we rate if he can trade or not, how we monitor the stock exchange member if he can trade or not, what's his financial state, and so on and so forth. Given that into consideration that the greater majority of our audience are financiers, they need to know that the stock exchange is not only about the trading work, but signing a transaction is one part of the story. And the second part is the requirements to the issuers. And if you want to be an issuer, you must comply with certain requirements, and the stock exchange decides if you are in the issuer A or issuer B category, and if we can give you special terms and conditions, and the investors will take a look at that. So 2,000 tools are available in the Kase Stock Exchange. Manually, you won't be able to check each and every one, and you will have to have certain tools, certain instruments, so to say, that would be really useful. This is what you tell to the investor. This is the tool that I evaluated by grade A. I put it in top of my listing. The same is applied. The same applies to the stock exchange members. What margin level is allowed? Can you trade with a leverage? Do I trust you, or I need to give you the full deposits, and those things must be available in every stock exchange, and the greatest portion goes to analytics. And what we got, all of them combined over this transaction. Some news media aggregate for the stock exchange sells something, the market data goes to Bloomberg or Reuters, the media agencies that process them and trade them and provide them within a certain period of time. One needs to understand, if you talk about all those technologies, all these stories, you will tell you that you can't do without technologies, and a greater portion where you need to develop a procedure and what's to be done about your client, how to improve it, how to meet his or her demand. And if we proceed to the tokenization, the tokening is kind of next step, game-changing technology. Yeah, I stand for this word because this year we want to launch a new market, digital finance securities markets. The law was adopted in January that allowed the use of this tool in Kazakh legal field. It allowed us. We have to have the financial markets that we need to change. This is what we have to trade from scratch, and it's a new tool. Luckily, the regulators. So this is how we work, and we decided to regulate this story and didn't want to forbid anything. And for us, this technology is not a game change because we use it somewhere in production. Some use some cloud technologies to work with all that faster, and the clear cases are the data centers and others, but this is not our core business. The core business, well, if you talk about all this, if you talk about the idea globally in terms of surveillance, in terms of detecting certain manipulation, what the brokers do for funds and some others, this is the story. This is a big stock exchange segment that takes so much efforts and so much resources, and this is where the AI helps us a lot. This was my short answer from my side. Yeah. Well, but what the answer is, where the specialists should look at the tokenizing, the cryptocurrency. According to me, this is the area where in the coming time the growth, the boost will take place. But the foundation is still there. You need to have T+1, T+2, like the way the clearing takes place, T+1, T+2, and let the youth think about it. Not we should do. But I think this is a question to Renat then. Renat, you have the traditional stock exchanges that deal with financial assets and tokenizing. So how should the broker move in this regard? I mean, towards commercializing tokenized assets. Well, what we didn't mention here is the market itself from the client's standpoint. The reason why Freedom Broker has grown because the market of Freedom Finance allowed to do so. In 2013 and 2014, the retail market, the frequent clients in the capital market did not exist. There were so many volumes, so many trades, so a small number of clients, and Freedom managed to occupy this market, and it turned out that the stock markets can be used to earn money. That's why many changes took place. So answering this question in front of the audience, I would tell that the majority of people, the ones who don't know the stock market, will have challenges to understand the concept, because not all people understand what the loans are, what deposits are, what securities are, the way they work, the way they are stored. Do you know where all the dollars are stored? Does anyone know where all USD banknotes are stored? Well, the same matter comes to the transactions. They are somewhere physically in terms of the entries in a ledger. There is Euroclear, there are other brokers where these securities are. They are all in the Federal Reserve Bank. When you transfer to somewhere abroad, there is a correspondent bank, and the correspondent bank clears the transaction from the Federal Securities Service. So if you have a question, maybe any product that we launch in the financial market, every product must be evaluated from the economic perspective. You can arrange it as a system that no one cares, or the product that no one cares, but you need to understand what is really trendy now and what all people think is the trends, because we see the trend in regulation that it becomes more and more needy, and the young generation understands that better. Bitcoin and crypto, those tools are considered the most demanded among youth. That's why we want to increase the pool of licenses, and in this regard, AIFC, Astana International Finance Center, provides the financial asset tools. Thank you for the answer. I think these are two different worlds. The traditional finance, cryptocurrency, decentralized finance. In first case, I think this is a dual tier infrastructure, dual level stock exchange and the client, and in the other case, the crypto can work separately. Do you consider it a challenge? And so the infrastructure will shape, and probably if you can work with the foreign current stock exchange in Kazakhstan, can we do that or not? We can't do that. I'll tell you, there is an illusion of confidentiality about the permissiveness and some other matters, and this all works only because of the scales, and the whole world is looking towards the cryptocurrency, and the government represented by a regulator. The regulator wants to control everything, and they want to guarantee that the investors' money will not disappear, and if the money is decentralized, sooner or later the new rules will appear for the cryptocurrency, and the same tools may appear at the stock market, and the story will start again. I would like to mention the liquidity. You can buy Bitcoin. It doesn't really matter for what price you buy, for a bigger greater or for a lower price, and the same mechanism is activated. So the key rule model will not change. The stock market is a place where people meet to buy and to sell, and we really hope that the broker will provide for an important thing to protect the client, because the acquaintance with the stock market is a really long journey. People will check if they really want it or not, and of course, sometimes they don't read in a tiny font that the investments are associated with the risks and attraction. What Freedom has been dealing with historically long ago allows people to dive into the stock market, and we think how to simplify that. The cashback that period there also represents the part of the saving culture and the saving market, where you can get access to the stock market really fast. Yeah, not like the shares, but along with that, because if someone did someone wanted to open a cryptocurrency wallet or not? Yeah, well, if you try to do so, a regular person cannot do it himself. It's so difficult to work with all this. because not all people will understand what's what and the way it all works. Well, I fully agree with you, and yeah, there will be a huge work to do for to make it acceptable to the client. I have a very short question to the audience. Does someone know the stock market? Does someone make any transactions? Or please applaud the ones who did. And what about crypto? Did anyone use crypto? Well, in any case, anyway, there are some people who use that maybe practically on equal pairing. Okay, the question to all speakers I want to ask is that the first, when it comes to the topic of the conference, and the second question is what I always ask in different meetings. The first question is, what underevaluated skills would you recommend young people to learn? The first question. The second one, what would you invest in? You can mention it here because there are brokers and stock market people. Where would you invest 1% of your portfolio? Only 1%.
For you, Olivier. It's a question we discussed yesterday. So the first one is, what underestimated skill would you recommend to master for young people? And the second one is about 1% of your portfolio. How would you invest it?
Well, to me, the most valuable skill is soft skills, actually. So it's just like, there's too many very bright, brilliant people who are just nerds. They just don't know how to operate in a social environment. So just work on your soft skills. It might look, obvious, but it's something that's very important. And for the rest, again, choose your direction and stick to it. Okay? Make sure you make the right choice at the right time, and don't change the, the road every 5 minutes. Once you're on a roll, you keep going. Where would I put my money? If I had money, obviously. Well, 1%. I mean, so the 1% is it's like you put it on something that's very risky, because assuming that the remaining 99% are on real estate, ETFs, that sort of stuff. So I just find a good old hedge fund, the riskiest possible, not like somebody who's trying to pick up on nanoseconds or that sort of stuff. I'd go do some research, find out which hedge funds got the really brainiac, in a risky type of strategy, and I'd put my 1% in that, and I'd pray. But it's only 1%.
Поддержу Оливье.
Well, I support you in a way that the training is an important point. You need to concentrate. Soft skills is something that will never harm. I think the soft skills will always help you as long as you leave. First and second one is you want to be open-minded. You should show interest, lifelong learning. You need to try something new. You need to read books. You should not give up doing that every day. So now the speed of changes that we observe in the world does not give us a chance to stand still, think like I'm master in this regard. And I will always do that, because 4 years ago, 3 years ago, no one knew about AI. No one would say that that's gonna be a thing that will help you in every single task. And even people use the AI as the psychoanalysis, as a psychologist. Many people would not believe in that. The same thing happens to Bitcoin. No one would say that in a 10 years perspective, the Bitcoin is gonna be at the institutional level, at the level of the stock exchange, and the countries may shape fresh crypto reserves, and as well as the changes to the legislation. The change speed is very fast, and we need to adapt to it and do everything what it takes. Well, I cannot tell you anything about 1% because the compliance forbids me to do so. I hoped that at least you would say something. Would you give suggestion or recommendation? I think when it comes to the stock exchange, if 1% relates to 10%, then it's going to be like 0.1, or you should invest something risky here. But this is not the institutional recommendation. This is not an investment or institutional recommendation. This is what I wanted to tell you. But in terms of the skills, probably you will interact with people, and you need to learn how to interact, how to communicate with people, because everything that we do will depend on us. The way you communicate, the way you agree, the way you sell the ideas and the projects, and the way you can perform difficult, challenging things to happen, because you help people, people help you, and this is an ongoing circle. This is what we this is what we promote in Freedom. Thank you very much for this very concise answer. So our time is running out, and I just wanted to summarize a few things. That the big trend for the stock market is tokenization. We realized that the brokerage and stock exchange market is becoming more technological, and it is very rapid rather than 10 years ago. And we know where it's going, and I hope that you have gained some valuable knowledge or where you want to go, what you want to arrange. And associating myself with the speakers, I just also wanted to tell you that there is also an important thing like the reputation. And I think many people on the onset of their career path don't evaluate it, but keep your reputation clean from the youth. And this are my pieces of advice. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please don't part. We will have the next session now. The coffee break will be served somewhat later. We will continue the discussion with some other experts. And meanwhile, the stage will be modified a little bit, and we will continue our financial summit communication from our side. The people who are not financial sector, I took some notes, I make some findings. Many people applauded. Many people had a round of applause who are non-financiers. And just tell me, please, after the speak of such outstanding experts, has someone thought to be the technical guys or not? Please have a round of applause who wanted to be the developers. Okay. Okay. I thought for a while, because you open up an investment app or some other app, banking app, you won't have an idea that after pressing a simple click, there are 300 developers behind.
Here we have the next moment. I started from the moment. I started all the story from it. 20 years ago, I've just was deep down in the analytics, and many things are being digitalized. And there is a question: what about AI? What about this? That you will stay alive and AI will not overcome. If you think that AI will overcome, raise your hands or clap your hands. Let's discuss it in 1 year. What about platform? It's getting ready. Now we have a super experts, Vadim Merkulov, analytical director, department Freedom Brovkin. You're welcome to the stage. Alexey, Maksimkin, strategic of client business management, client broker. You're welcome to the stage. And moderator will be Ruslan, Sultanov, economist, expert, and author of the Telegram channel Tengonomika. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. Let me continue the previous session. The stock market was several years ago in my life, and Господин Tsaruk, Mr. Tsaruk worked there, and I wanted to go to a stock market, but when I woke up, I understood it's too early to start to work here. But life brought me to economics matters, including analytics. The most important thing, I try to utter all these things in a simple language, analytics in a human, transparent language. It's very relevant. The previous session was for experienced people who know what is it. If I understood you correctly, we have a lot of young people. This message is for them mainly. And this session is for you, so you could have a comprehension of analytics, because clients don't need dictionaries. They need. We need to persuade them. The more complicated market, the more simpler we need to talk. And AI is being actively developed, and models are being developed more rapidly, and calculation is being developed rapidly. At the same time, the most important thing that the AI cannot make decisions. Human beings need to make decisions. Therefore, a matter of quality of work and how it can deliver their message, and Vadim and Alexey are being actively working. They are not theory people, and they know what is analytics and the future of this area and how to sell it to the business. And the first thing I want to matter, it's a junction of expertise and sales. Some analytics believe that accuracy is things, but salesmen believe that client is main person, and we have discrepancies or discussions or disagreements here. And Alexey, question to you: when an analyst is too smart for a client, maybe there is a distance because of that. What about your opinion? Thank you for your question. Many guys started with this matter. We have a certain problem, and academics get people ready for this, and practitioners get ready them. And the first part of people want to explain something. For instance, you have a master's degree, thesis, or bachelor's degree, and you see a lot of you need to have a lot of diagrams and other demands, a lot of text, and people are ask, give me this kind of quotation, a small information. It is other set of skills that an analyst needs to have. Therefore, if I want to say it briefly, it's some clients don't need it. If you want to make a decision for your portfolio, you need to read 30 pages of a text. For instance, you want to buy shares of an Apple, and 10% of your portfolio is would it be enough to read these 30 pages, or what about quotations or the concentration of the main idea, so it could be comprehensible? The main thing could be is great when you can preach your message in a plain language. Can Alexey or can analytics create hindrances for sales? They have a volume of data and you need to sell it to a client. Good afternoon. Thank you for your question. When it comes to off-top, people lost many things because we are discussing it for the future students. When it comes to analytics and the interaction with the clients, I would discuss it for a long time. A function of analytics is not a function of interaction with a client. As a matter of the fact, a front office is a business. They have orders and they ask for observation. Vadim said correctly. Practically, we see that a client won't read guides because when you see the word duration, you just shut the book, and the last pages, PN, EBITDA, and so forth and so on. The second closing of the this guide or a manual for the rest of their life. Actually, we have a new generation, and we see growth of a new generation. If we look at the numbers, only 8% of our client base, it's people up to 34 years. Apologies. They have 8% of remnants, and 35% are people from client base. Roughly saying, people who are young and they go to these markets, they would be interested to read it. But people who are older, they are more involved, and informational area. It's if you want to read 30 pages, you need a strong desire to read it. I have a lack of time to read all the 30 pages, and GPT chat can formulate just a short version of these reports. Somebody asked about what about GPT chat or analytics in the end? Who will stay? I stay for analytics. Alexey, please don't go deeper. There is a double answer. Analytics should formulate short report, an area where to see, and there is an arbitrage from the other part, and he listens to analytics, and he has accounts, and he asks questions and says about arbitrage. He wants to just get it some part of it, and what about working out of these questions? On the basis of this dialogue, what would be approach of analytics or a salesman who can subdue, and analytic can go and sell, and what would be a result of these actions? And sales front office is a business. People who make orders, we work with the clients, and we translate from client's language to analyst language. I have 18 years of expertise in analyst market. I saw many funny things. There's a quant in algorithmic trade. Very smart people, and they express their opinions in quant, and digits, numbers, and apologies, and clients don't understand them. Therefore, we need an interpreter who will explain everything. Analysts are support for front, and the other part is a kind of an interpreter. Vadim, conceptually, I agree with Alexey. In any case, front generates a cash flow for business. Because of this activity, all the is being generated or developed, and we see the growth of projects, and we pay salaries to employees. We need to help the sales department, but we have special features. We need to make it to simplify the analytics. Let's try to see the golden middle in this here, because simplification is not okay from the other side, because you will have poor results, and they will be you will see it on the reaction of the clients, and you need to see the balance. You need to analyze a company and to preach your message in a simple language. We have, of course, GPT chat, and they can make the main principles from the big documents, and we can see, okay, people say, you used AI, you need strictly control these things, because when you see that some analytical report was made of AI tools, it brings to people don't want to use it. It's a refusal from their side. What for do you pay? Where is the expertise? If it has to do with AI, you need to have a concrete understanding. Analysts, what kind of tools can I use? Thank you. I want to continue this topic. The equity can be developed with the help of trust. I want to go on in our dialogue. We actively use AI, and young people, all of them use Chat GPT and other tools because they accelerate the process of work. At the same time, can an analyst be a public speaker? Is he an expert or a technical specialist? Alexey, I have a question to you. Can we build an analyst career without public speaking? Probably it's impossible. I don't know. When I started my career, I'm an engineer. I have an education of engineer. I wanted to be an analyst, but the door was wrong, so to say. What about flamboyant speech on the stage? When it comes to user and information, and there is a division on gender of 40% of 60%, and asset division is very differentiating, and so people starting from 44 years are holding a lot of assets, and there is a shift when there is an allocation, age allocation, it moves to the right. The older we become, the more assets we accumulate. The older a person, he or she would be in the chat less time. The older people tend to do like this. They don't like to type their messages. It would be easier to make a phone calls. Likewise, you understand channels, gender, and clients you want to deliver the information. It's very important factor, because a person can be very smart, like in Russian Griboyedov's book, and people say, okay, you say wasteless information. You need to understand whom you speak and what is the situation, and that's all from my side. Vadim, I have a question to you. should an analyst interact with the clients? From my point of view, it could happen in different cases. Alexey was right. He shouldn't do like that. An analyst has a lot of tasks. When it comes to the previous question, analyst needs to be an expert on the behalf of company, raising its brand on TV, on the online internet broadcasting. His face is a brand. It's a matter of reputation. We discussed it. We need to. It's worth discussing. When it comes to fellowship with clients, I want to remember Alexey answer. When it comes to retailing, I don't see a spreading. When it comes to institutional clients, it's other matter of institutional client has a lot of access to data, and he or she what about reading of these 30-page reports? The ending client, it's not only retail, and we need to find a balance between them. When it comes to institutional client, it can work properly. This practice was there is experience of Wall Street, and there is a monetization and an interaction with the client because they have a direct access to the data. In the context of this dialogue, they don't need mediators because they are professionals. They know this professional language and they speak to each other on this language. What about penetration of internet? Everything is being developing and accelerating. Apologies, I'm talking about AI development. We have young people here in the room. Can AI be a competitor of them? Can it change it on the position of the analysts, on the position of the junior analysts? Let me start. From my point of view, it's impossible in the nearest 10 or 15 years. It's not a relevant case. I can prove it. First of all, you need to create special spare people, so you would have organic growth of a team, at least edification of a team. People gain a new expertise. They become professionals as a living people. Of course, they will look around, and there is a churn. Sometimes, if you don't have a career, a ladder, and opportunities in a team of analytics, at the end of the day, you cannot change. You cannot change a person. And now you need to make decision. What about GPT chat? We need to save of low quality resources. So when it comes to workers, it's not unusual. If we have a GPT chat, what else? What about one expert is a foundational guy, just goes away and all the structure just crashes, and these experts will have a leverage to come to the nearest company, give me more salary, and we will discuss it, and other teams will search for this kind of experts in the market.
I would agree with Madiev in this regard, because we can reason in the following way: whatever you give a request to ChatGPT, it will always boast you. And when a person graduates from a university, and when this person joins your team, and if you want to instruct them how to do all that, and if there is no person who knows how to analyze the company in a proper way, people will give the wrong prompt, and people will give the wrong answers, because he boasts of ChatGPT. And there is a good methodology in Japan, for example. When a beginner comes, first senior person is given him as an instructor, then the person repeats what the senior person does, and then he should do. That's why I believe that the young analysts should do and repeat, and ChatGPT is a good tool to learn, because if I'm in charge of the whole client's business through ChatGPT, I will see how the claims from the clients change, the ones who come to us, how the requests to the client support change. 3 years ago, some of the requests were so easy to answer because you could answer any question through the searching engine, and now through ChatGPT, the questions follow the extracts from the legislation. So I think chat is a learning tool, learning not of the machine, but learning of a human. It will never replace analysts. I would agree with Vadim, because there can be um, talent gap, because the young analysts are replaced by ChatGPT. But what's to be done? What young experts should do, just to enjoy all the available tools, to be efficient junior employee, efficient analyst? Well, I think that the most important thing in here is to study. People said in the previous sessions, that you should be open mind, you should be curious. And the piece of advice from my side is that you need to learn how to speak very simply. When I ask people during the job interview, the financial advisors, when I ask certain indicators, they tell that there is a PNA in VVP and others. Just I give him the description of EBITDA, what every letter in EBITDA means, then the questions to this person. And when the person fails to answer challenging questions with simple answers of what it means for a regular person who doesn't have a background working at the stock markets, this kind of analyst will not be appreciated, will not be demanded. Even children should understand us when we try to get across very simple information. And if the person fails to answer simple questions, then it means that we mistake. For example, the same thing applies to bonds, the changing of the interest rate. While you can tell us the story of the arrays, but if you fail to explain how the price value, the nominal price from the duration, the interest rate, why this idea should be there. So the key point is to learn how to speak easily for a person after communication, to understand the information. From my experience, I've been working with clients for many years, and if there is a person in front of you, and if you load him with challenging terms, he will never tell that he doesn't understand these terms, because a reputable, a distinguished person, a senior person comes, and you start telling him this bullshit about EBITDA, he will tell like, I don't understand you, I don't understand what you're saying. He'll nod the head, he will tell like, it seems like it's okay, but I don't know. So my piece of advice is to make everything as simple as possible, and you need to check the feedback from a person if he understands and not. Probably you should draw something, because the information about the numbers cannot be perceived better by listening. Thank you very much for this pieces of advice, and I think guys should listen to us very carefully, just to understand the core thing here, what it means to be an excellent employee, what it means to be the indicator of your result, the way you did the work, or the way the work impacted human results. So how you evaluate that? You can be right hundreds times You can make the best analysis, but if you can't convey the final information to your users, and if there is no feedback from them, how would you evaluate your work? So one needs to know how to get across the information for the right people properly. So the retail broker, represents the people with a very low financial literacy, and this is what you need to keep in mind. We don't mean that we need the skill of simple explaining or in-depth analytics. So the professionals are always talking about the things that are very important. You can tell challenging things with the complicated terminology in a simple way. It's a very demanded skill that I can find in the Wall Street Journal. So you can download what other people write. So some people succeed, some people fail to explain. This is not CIS issue. This is not some other countries. I think this problem is very common worldwide. But this is all about people. There's a person who reads and understands the information about the company. If a person starts seeing some challenges, this is not only the matter of understanding, but the text is structured in a wrong way. This skill is very demanded, and I think ChatGPT will not replace it. Within the case, I remember reading some articles about some works, and it turned out that people use the AI generation, and there are some logical inconsistencies in the text, and meanwhile, ChatGPT cannot resolve it. So when it comes to interview, the skills, what skills are needed, what skills analysts need. Well, I heard that the interviews are very tough, but according to us, they are not so tough indeed. So I think they can give a higher bar to the applicants. We allow the candidates to speak up. This is not the matter of the right or wrong answer. If you have some elements of good technical skills, they are all needed, and unless those skills are, you will not be able to build the analysis. So another matter is the matter of logics, if you can express yourself correctly. So the logical chains are up to that. Well, we used to have some cases from the last academy when people could not technically pass the interview. Just a few points needed, but they demonstrated a very high level of motivation. And from our trainees, you know who those people are. We decided to recruit those people who fail a little bit to comply with that, but they had the motivation. So we can find those people, because sometimes it's not the matter of technical skills, but sometimes you need to have a well-aligned logics and the skills that can be deployed and developed in the future. Vadim, from your experience, according to you, you recruited many people. I just want to know the percentage of the candidates who have the skills that can lead them to the practical part. From day one? Yes, from day one. Or there's something to be done, okay? Well, let's talk frankly today. That's an extremely small percentage. What I want to tell you, Vadim, I have some guys. I see that some of the people are using smartphones out there, and I think this is the gap, because if you consider those people as candidates, they will tell their secrets, what they mean, what they pay attention to. And if you want to join the financial sector tomorrow, these things must be heard very carefully, very very attentively, and then when you go to the job interview, you can use this knowledge. So be very careful to what you listen today. So we have a very small percentage of those people who we hire, who we recruit. This is my frank answer. I mean, if we would be not so much picky, we would hire thousands of candidates instead of tens or sometimes hundreds. We pass through this screening process of 5,000 people, and 1/5, 25% are invited to job interviews. So if we want to talk about the hash parameters, I'll explain you why. We work with the American market. 95% of all our requests and finding and CIS people for American market is very difficult. We used to have some other cases when CFA certification didn't mean that a candidate knows well the material. So sometimes there is drillings. People just repeat some words as parrots, and they don't know what those research mean. There used to be many cases. That was a surprise for me. That was a revelation. If you find a practitioner on the market, ready to work, knowing American market, well, I don't think that that there are no people like that. All people were trained from stretch. But okay, yes, there are some people, but they are not so many. Those people, there are majority of people who you need to train how to analyze this work, how to train people how to analyze Kazakh companies, how to analyze American companies, but not enough for our level. This is what we try to find in people. From the expertise perspective, we hope that AI tools and motivation will help us to expand the expertise. So when it comes to harsh criteria, there is a chance to work if you show yourself well during the interview or during the test requests. I think that's a very good idea. I think that can be elaborated on the next session, and I think the next request for the next section, Alexey, the question comes to you. I would like to ask you, what do you think, what is needed, what can be improved in the educational program to improve the skills from the practical perspective? So what skills can be improved from the practical side? I think the only option out there can be the following. People should study on the real life case studies, business cases. I think it is all about that. It depends on this opportunity first. Second, so you can apply some practical sets of trainings, and not to the teachers who learn theory, but to people who work with business. We also have our internal academy in brokerage. For training people, we hired some specialists. And I can speak frankly that we considered some teachers from the universities, and they passed the job interview, and we required practice for our salespeople to explain not what GDP is or not just the theory, but in terms of the currency distribution, in terms of the tools distribution. Maybe there's some other matters. When the teacher from the university listened, it was really shocking. The teachers could explain well some economic terms, that ChatGPT can explain them better. If you want to read about a particular terminology and you want to understand what this term means, you can use ChatGPT. But using a term in practice, this is something different. So you will have to use it in practice and show what can be used in practice and what not. Some analysts cannot use certain indicators, which depend in venture investments and so on and so forth. This is what you need to understand. So there should be a practitioner in the real life business. Thank you for that. Well, I will keep my questions here because I really wanted to keep it in the educational sector. I just wanted to ask, to give a chance for other people to ask. Well, young people, please don't hesitate it, because tomorrow we will join our ranks. Meanwhile, I give you a chance to ask questions. Please go ahead. So I just wanted to ask a question about the interview. How one can prepare to the job interview in advance? What kind of knowledge is needed? Well, when it comes to knowledge, it depends where you apply. Well, if I talk about my area, where I can definitely give you the reason for what we do as the analysts, we evaluate the companies. We need to know what tools are used to evaluate the companies. There are many free of charge courses. If you talk about the valuation, you can find them in YouTube or in some other platforms, and English is also needed. When people ask if some public skills are needed. The communication is a very important factor. Communicating and learning in English is very important, because this is a very voluminous part, intensive part, communicating with the U.S. companies, chatting with them, asking them questions that will help them, help you during evaluation. I think this is the important part of our work. So English is needed, including the evaluation methods and the understanding of the finances, CFA, run English language, kind of those skills are all needed. So if you know how to build a DCF model, if you know English, then everything will be enough for taking the job interview. I think this is the base that can be the foundation that can be given at the university. Well, we are writing the reports. We check if candidates have skills or not. And in our case, championship, we had around 80 companies, more or less, for every company. So DCF made some things well. So if you are confident that you have good skills, then welcome. If not, if you have doubts, you need to check the way it all works and know how to pass it at the interview. Oh, by the way, the practice inside our company internally, we check the experience of a certain person and expertise. And if you pass in an interview, well, your offer will be the indicator of your job interview. If the interview is failed, you'll not be given a job offer. Well, if we see that there was a mispricing of candidates at the interview level, different things may happen, but we adjust our work as the interview goes. And all in all, it works like that. So what's going to be your piece of advice, where to go, to what things are to be applied? It will never happen easy. No, the job interview will never be easy for you. It will never be an easy story. You need to check what kind of resources the company has. Well, look, The analyst onboarding takes the third year in a row. There are important steps, and there are some challenges that we set to ourselves. We accept the candidates on and on. We check the interviews, and when you have questions, you need to ask interviews. Probably there was a person to find a proper person, or you have a huge turnover. There are some options that can be studied.
You need to write to people in LinkedIn. It will give you entrance in a reference company. Find out the data from HR specialists. If you ask questions, if you listen to this request, you understand your area, your direction, and your target and your goal. It shows that as you as a interested candidate, and in comparison with other people, you look better. I have about 30 interviews where candidates speaks. I have no questions. We have a lack of time. That's all from our side. In the end of this section, I want to express my gratitude to all the candidates. And dear candidates, I want you to pay attention to this. Vadim and Alexey were honest. They expressed the idea that you are not prepared. What about foundational basic knowledge? I just interpret their ideas. Get ready to be developed to boost your skills in order to sell yourself. You will have opportunity to come into a team, and at least young people, you have a chance to raise your skills and analyze your work in order to be on the stage and to sell. It's the only opportunity to compete under the sun. I want to wrap up our session. Thank you very much. From my point of view, very interesting recommendations were delivered, both for specialists and for major apologies for junior analysts, and I hope some things will be heard by you and implemented. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое. Итак, дамы и господа.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to recap. I'm not a financial expert, but a seller with 20 years of expertise. One young man asked questions, and he was memorized. If you were afraid to ask questions, please come up to these people and ask questions with them. Then you will have an opportunity to have a job. In 3:55, you should come back because we will have a serious panel session.
There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform.
So I think that somewhere here and there, it's okay. "30 seconds left before we go, then we continue."
Дамы и господа, можно вот минуточку внимания? Можно вот просто из зала, просто можно выкрик без микрофона. У кого?
Okay, guys, what was the coolest inside today? The best inside? The skills. I heard about the skills. What kind of skills? Soft skills. Someone told software coding. And soft skills. So you were talking about soft skills, but what's left after 1 hour talk? What really left about soft skills? What is really important? Open mind. Open mind is important. Okay, excellent. What is higher, the technical capabilities or soft skills? The balance in between the soft skills. So it seems like some people are lagging behind in technical part. So I'm with you. So what are other insights did you have? DCF? Someone remembered the abbreviation, DCF. So okay. But for me, my core insight is that there are 300 developers behind one broker, and this is not the end. That's the first story. And for me, a certain insight was the following, that the one speaker was talking about informational security in the very first discussion. Although having hundreds of different events about informational security, information technology, the core thing is the informational security. One of the most important aspects is the informational security, and what matches here are the technology and the money. And now we remember all those outstanding hackers that want to be integrated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can start on that note. Okay, let's talk a little bit more. You understand yourself that today we have highly distinguished guests, the senior experts, and they are never late, but they are somewhat delayed to come. Okay, what I already recommended you just to approach. mm, to someone and seek for the employment, okay, who tried to seek for the employment, raise your hands. Okay, by the way, next time when you have a chance to ask questions, please stand up when you ask the question, but introduce yourself for people to remember you. For example, my name is Ilarion, please remember my name. My name is Ilarion because I have a rare name. This is the story. Oh, people are looking at me so curiously. Sometimes it's well directed. Think when you have to pull the time. There is like I remember from the story of they were telling the anecdotes, waiting until other people to come. Okay, my anecdotes don't finish and let's wait for others to come. Okay, who's investing now? Please raise your hands. Who are investing now? Okay, that's a cool thing. And who really loved this 1% story? Did you hear about this 1% of investments in hedging? Who will take this example? Who knew about this before? Raise your hands. Okay, there was this not that's not a new thing for you. Okay, that's not a novelty. Okay, that's not an innovation. Okay, whose mood changed about the financial market? Whose vibe changed after looking at the changes when Vadim and Alexey were talking? Was like snowballing different terms, and did someone realize that this is not mine? Okay, there was a strange question out there because the ones who thought like this already left this room. But luckily, when I check the audience, I see that the room is full and no one left. It all means that we are on the same page and we are on the right track. Well, what else I want to tell you? Just who are the biggest companies globally, worldwide? Nvidia, who else?
Google, what else? Who else? Tesla. What else? Pay attention. Everybody names basically technological companies, and their marketing is very driven. And what is the largest of the companies? Microsoft. It was divided for many pieces. It's out of the game. Who else? Nvidia. I agree with it. Nvidia is the largest and the most expensive. Oracle? No, it doesn't reach the standard. Amazon? It doesn't reach the standard too. Who else? You started to think correctly, in spite of the fact we are on the financial forum. Everyone calls social networks and technological companies, but nobody names these kind of organizations. The largest companies are BlackRock, and the largest companies in the world are financial companies who manage all the money. And if you want, you can go up to this level. And the main feature is this: if you want, you can go in there. All the doors are open there, and all speakers will speak about accessibility of this level. And Kazakhstan is coming into world technological society and circles, and this start is great. Tell me about unicorn. Kings and everything happened in your time. Unfortunately, it didn't happen in my time, but now I cannot reach because of my age. I can't reach to go to the circles. Now many technological opportunities and startups are being opened up, and among these experts will be some of you, and some of you will be in the investment funds, and maybe you will be managers at the top level. What about starting about our this section? No? Okay, that's funny. Let's compose some interesting things like flash mob. What kind of flash mob do you mean? Dance flash mob. We have a lot of students here. That will be funny and interesting. Let's make this kind of flash mob like Vadim does. I have a tradition in the conferences. I create. I take the video off in the end of and a conference. The feature is to indicate that interested people goes until it reaches its target. Let me take the video off. Just turn the lights away. I want to see the people, and on the count 1, 2, 3, you need to make some noise and raise your hands and wave your hands. 1, 2, 3. How many? We have about 400 people here. Thank you very much. The idea with flash mob was successful. That's all from my side. Likewise, I see Timur just came in the room. We can go all, and the next panel session is it's about education and reality in the era of EE. Timur Turlov, a main person in the Freedom Hold, CEO of it. Magzhan Madiev, a general director of autonomous cluster fund Astana Cap. You are welcome. The floor is yours. A little bit later, Sayasat Nurbek, Minister of Science and Higher Education of Ministry of Education of the Republic of Kazakhstan will be with us, and moderator of our session will be Rahim Oshakbayev. He's economist and journalist. You're welcome. Take your seats, please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a huge interest for me to moderate such a session with an audience in a very specific moment when we are not in the middle, but at the beginning. Just some vibe of technological revolutions can be felt, and we change everything. Then it's not just simply the words, what the declarations that we heard from Microsoft and other technological giants. They tell like by year 2027, the majority of workplaces will be replaced with the artificial intelligence, and now we have some agents, open claw, and some of them are in use now. And for me, the latest discovery was the use of a lab that performs our work 10 times better than some other well-known analysts from my sector. And I believe that Sayasat Nurbek will join us shortly. The most triggering and burning question is, so what's to be done? What juniors should do? Because we all see now the effect of Robin Hood. On the contrary, this is about the technologies and artificial intelligence that helps those who are really strong, who are really advanced. They empower them with many boundless tools and weaken the ones who just joined the labor market. In this regard, Timur Turlov, this question goes to you as one of the most prestige employer, as one of the most prestige brand. How you perceive juniors, how juniors can beat the market and be very successful. Thank you very much. According to me, the artificial intelligence is a strong enabler, not only for those who know a lot, but those who wants to know a lot, and it can equalize the opportunities for a great majority of people that wish to know well about some things. And probably some of you already tried that on your own example. You face many challenges and you turn to the AI model, which helps you find the easiest way to solve a problem. Now it's like a searching engine that enables you to find the most difficult questions. Now you can take a picture of a coffee machine and learn how to wash it quickly, or you can ask any question about the physics, asking how the waves disseminate and why they are limited with a certain distance, or why a certain report has this number and why it looks awkward, or why a certain field is called an awkward way in a certain reporting. Well, when a certain person wants to learn how specific things work, especially the ones who want to use these technologies and who are not afraid of asking questions, the artificial intelligence is a strong booster for the ones who don't afraid of asking questions. You can make those people even more efficient rather than those who have this big portion of knowledge. The experience will always be an important differentiator, which will allow us to take what artificial intelligence gives you critically, but the AI models enable professionals to become even more professional, but helps the ones who want to be professionals become more powerful faster. The ones who don't know what's what, the ones who are idle, the ones who are afraid of something new, afraid of learning something new, the ones who fails asking questions, they will have certain challenges. I think that's a differentiator not only between rich and poor, and not only between intelligent and stupid people, and that's a huge differentiator between those who want to study and the ones to work. Their productivity may differ if you want to always grab the past things, and if you don't want to discover anything new, and if you don't want to run risks, then you will lose the competition. The artificial intelligence will never win as compared to the professional legal experts, but the legal expert, experienced one, will lose. Even if he is extremely professional, he will lose to the legal expert who uses the artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence will never replace us. All artificial intelligence models are designed in such a way that they don't know how to think, they don't know how to reflect and how to think, because they're different from what people think. The artificial intelligence try to invent an answer and then try to find the chain to go to this answer. We don't want to guess the answer. We have certain processes that based on which we search for the answers. And artificial intelligence is not a competitor, but he can make our activity even faster and more professional. I'm confident for the use. It's an extremely nice opportunity because you can cover those who have been learning that for a long time.
And you try to find them for dozens of years. For seconds, you can find these answers. If you don't have a powerful mentor, you need to learn to ask questions. In this sense, when we talked about analytics, the project we've been discussing in the inner circles, it's getting ready of the analytics for American markets. It's from 2,000 companies. Many of them didn't covered with high-quality analytics in our modern world. We don't have opinion and materials to read. It's a very big problem among 2,000 the largest public companies. We don't have texts about them. If high-quality analytics would be cheaper, of analytics could do in 10 times articles more and cheaper, 10 times cheaper, world could be provided with more high-quality data. Investors could say that 500 companies' data aren't needful. It's not truth. Even AI could make all analytics, make a high productivity experts that doesn't work. And the advantage of this revolution wouldn't bring to there is no vacation places situation. One of the most digitized companies. What do you think about making less experts? What about automating processes and people are fired because of this high power automation? It doesn't happen anymore. New service and new demands of regulators appear, and maybe national bank says, guys, we wanted a short account from you, but now we need the data for every second. What about analytics, produce analytics and highlight people who sell drugs or kill people? It's a future. It will come here. Before we couldn't imagine that anti-money laundering companies from banks just made transactions and provided good credits. But now banks could do this. They learned how to do this. They don't need more people. Somebody said like that. But economics with the AI intellect will be more and strong. Thank you very much. We don't want to say that bank it's a main driver of this kind of experts, regulators, agency of national observation, and what about traders? Of course, if you manage with a situation, nobody said you are great. Now you will diminish your expenses. They will just automate your work, and you will work 2 times more. Could we describe this situation before career ladder climbing was transparent? Okay, you need to be an expert. You need to institute refresher course, internship, mentor, professional circles, bring coffee or tea, be a servant, and then you will be a lord. And what about your professional career? You will be a person with a trust, you will have a good reputation, you will have inner wisdom which comes from your professional experts and colleagues. When it comes to appearance of AI, what about this situation? We still have this situation. It works properly. These principles work properly, but all the way it needs to be went through with the help of the AI. Your base of your work is not, or measure of your work is not your level of tiredness. You need to find the simple solutions of difficult tasks. Why people want to strive to knowledge? Because they provided easier way to solve the big problems. It would be faster. Therefore AI could be your faithful friends. And if you are a person, you work with pipes, it will help you to make less mistakes and to have a large volume and interesting orders. At the same time, these are people who are burning with interest. You have energy, you have chances and opportunities to manage these technologies. If you're a friend of these technologies, it's a cool situation. Many people who are 50, 60 or 70, it's difficult for them to manage these things. Their mentality patterns are different from yours. You're young people. And for the first time in the history, you can get some advantage in comparison with these people, but don't be proud. We alumnus of 1990s and 20s, we could build financial models on the basis of excellence. I became a CEO of a financial company. I want to brag. According to the rating, I am the youngest manager in our team, and technological philosophy and structure of society could help you to manage services of AI and to build different chatbots of AI. And when you enter in the company, it's just the plan of the company. You can bring transformation there, and your career will goes up, and you will be a cool manager. I absolutely agree with you. In this sense, there is the same moment. It was never, we didn't have the easiest situation like now. You can learn easy and fast. And if you have a serious task, you can start to accomplish this task, and then I will support you to make this great work. It can be your mentor and teacher. And if you have no way out, it will help you. You have a brain, and it will help you to develop your brain. And what about desires of AI? You can manage the knowledge much faster than before. It's a good direction. And what about great challenges? Just meet these challenges. Don't be afraid of these challenges. If you have a desire, you delve into details, into all the lines. One of my colleagues, I worked. He's one of the founders of Freedom. He made a career of financial expert, very great expert. When we were beginners, he couldn't manage Excel program. He couldn't make programs and software because of Google and high level of motivation. It was start of his progress. The first step was a calculator, then Excel. The third thing about writing macros. Then he solved the Googles and basics for applications, and he started to write more complicated algorithm, then basic, then he managed MSQL, then he managed databases which are more complicated. Finally, he became our accounting system architecture, and Google answered all his questions even before in the past. When it comes to a current world situation, probably you can be a very flexible and adaptive. You could get a meal now, then you will have a bookkeeping, accounting, wisdom. Maybe you don't need to get a special education. Education needs to be as foundation to ask questions, and it's a tool. But then understand your goal and don't be afraid to ask your questions. If you ask questions, it's more important because you will find the answers. Timur just highlighted the main quality. It's a high motivation now. And persuaded you are in the most unique situation. Nobody was before there. When education and these things are affordable and accessible, it's in your mobile phone. Does it worth to to spend your time by education in a traditional way. What about gym? It's a useful thing because you make push-ups not to be a professional push-upper, and you train your muscles in the same way you train your brain. It's useful because in the process of this education you face problems, you manage to solve the problems. What about social disciplines? And you comprehend this world, less magic, more physics in the world. After acknowledging the world, if you this kind of mentality, if you have a great university, that's cool. The uniqueness of a diploma from the formal high education, it's not so cool. Almost everybody in Kazakhstan has this kind of diplomas. Use of the education couldn't be under-evaluated. Your diploma without experience is useless. Some people don't have diplomas, but they earn a lot of money and they can go up to a great position. If you studied in the institute or other kind of university, you would boost your skills. That would be great. If we compared it with if you have this school, you will face deep complicated tasks and you will solve the problems. If you overcame something and you had complicated things, it would be a great advantage for you. Nevertheless, the actuality of a gap that profile universities, is it sufficient to start your work? What about this gap? No doubt we have this gap. Once again, if this university, it's an instrument, it's a tool to get a set of professional knowledge. At least GPT chat will help you to, or Google can help you this. And these tools and your apologies, your university can help you to answer the questions if you go to industry and business and company. Who provides service, you will delve into business processes and you will manage it. Once again, the more difficult situation and situations, it's impossible to be a professional on the practical field, so to say. The modern system of a higher education is the system which was formed in the previous industrial world when great industrious enterprises appeared on the scene. They needed expert, but we have more technological situation, and all the economy will be economy of services. Then when we go there, and it would be difficult to have a set of knowledge. It would be not so easy. One of my colleagues said Salesforce. They asked, what is it? They have a lot of buildings in Manhattan. One skyscraper with this title. It's a company, a vendor of service systems. They have CRM systems in Manhattan. They have $1.5 billion cost or $2 billion cost. They integrate the CRM system in your business. They come to you, okay, this box costs $200,000. If you can afford it, maybe somebody needs $1 million or $150,000, or if you, why people are being paid, because business process of every company is absolutely unique. There are typical approach, and people will tell about these approaches. If you have getting education according to your occupation, every industrial enterprise or consulting company, they have their set education. They need to adapt it, and different customer relationship management. They have different set of education, and they radically different, and we cannot say you will be radically ready for your occupation field. Your university needs to educate you to think about it, and this instrument to make your work, make your education easier. It's accessible. What about internal combustion engine or power station? What about structure of it? I was interested in my childhood in these things. It seems like we have tools for this. You can ask a question to GPT chat, and you can ask any level of complication or of difficulties. Explain me any word from here, and you can learn it without any education. By asking correct question, you can get a correct answer. The more you know, the more you will have correct answer, and you will have less chances to be mixed up. It's useful thing, this knowledge, but don't wait a lot of things from here. Magzhan, you are not only head of Astana Hub in the CIS, the largest one in CIS. You are always keep connected with the very outstanding people. You was in the Silicon Valley. What about trends, and so what about who is nervous that this AI trend will break this technological trend? Hello, dear friends. Thank you very much, dear moderator, Timur Turlov. Thank you very much. Thank you for your question. I understood that when it comes to development of AI, that I don't understand anything. The more we observe development of technologies and what happens here, we understand we cannot predict anything. We don't have long-term forecasts. We cannot have predictions and to guess who will be popular, what kind of trends will be popular. You need to be very motivated to make more steps, more tries. Timur said that AI will not replace people, but it will enhance our abilities like professionals and experts. Therefore, we need to search for new opportunities in order to use new tools in the life. In the nearest times, my mission is popularization of IT enterprises and startup launches, and we support launches of many startups, and we see breakthroughs and many breakthroughs in these areas. And at the same time, 300 people and many projects in our organizations. I cannot see people who fulfill the capacities of AI in the practice. Recently, we implemented and we managed Notion and Perplexity. We bought Perplexity and so forth and so on. And there are multiple of services like Salesforce and so forth and so on. They exist in January. You know what happened. AutoCloud. You know about it changes the world. B2B shares SaaS drastically went down. At the same time, Apple shares are going up because people purchase Mac Mini. Many people buy Mac Studio. They install these agents on the visualized computer area, and we observe that web coders just rewrite whole session, all CRMs. And in our budget, we have this plan. We need to purchase this or that system for several thousands of dollars. What about system of monitoring of mass media? We have problems with it, and I say with a PR department? What about computing systems? Make a vibe coding this. What about data scientists? Let's hire these experts. I want to share my expertise and insights because we have a lot of students and young people here. What about we don't need to create AI startups. You need to learn to implement the freshest these startups. What about AI implementation in HR and document flows? We are ready to hire to see you as our pilot experts. We need to take a lot of attempts.
It seems like all people know what to do. They know how to create startups, and there are some people who can do that by hands are not enough. That's a huge shift due to the technology's development, and this can be a unique thing that require some competences, understanding business processes, agile. So we've been working with Astana Hub for 8 years within the agile methodology, and one is to understand what IT is, what product management is, and you can count those people by the fingers of one hand. We've been introducing agile for a long time. We communicate with the best experts in this demand, and I see that those guys gave up methodology and they're dealing with the coding, AI agents. They try to robotize all that, and they believe that agile is getting obsolete, is getting outdated, and they believe that it is the some people believe that this is the state-of-the-art technology. Every day, everything changes, and that's why our strategy, our Astana Hubs model, is that we create the platform to create new attempts, to create new startups, to develop the new educational models. So Astana Hub is about the platform. Well, just a few words. So to what extent this outstanding technological trends dynamics is the unchangeable in agile, and it breaks the value of the highest education and diplomas both here in Kazakhstan and in the US. Well, as a matter of fact, we haven't been looking at the diplomas for the long time, especially when it comes to IT block, business block, startuppers, portion unit. And when we communicate with people, the most important thing that we communicate with is the interview on productivity, and we know what kind of achievements and accomplishments the candidate had in the past in the story. And when you have a job interview with a candidate, I ask you, what things do you proud of in your last job? And if he accomplished something, then he knows what he can do for a certain company. And if a person says that in my previous job, I earned this much, I learned this, I learned that, he's only talking about his accomplishments, his achievements. And this candidate will come and to get something at your workplace. And what answer we would really love to hear? We want to hear from them that they delivered a certain product, a certain service, he increased the NPS, he increased the company's profit. Here you can say, yes, I invented a product, and this product changed the company's lives by increasing the company's turnover from this to that. Then it would admire me. Then this candidate will become very attractive. We don't look at the diplomas, but the higher education can give you another important thing, is the community, is the environment, is the society where you develop yourselves to unleash the latest knowledge. Well, I love to communicate with IT people who work in the Silicon Valley. They deal with the investment funds, and they always have the freshest details. I always try to communicate with them, scoop up different ideas, and if you are worried with a diploma of the prestigious university. It means that you passed through the valuable prestige community, not necessarily that you have to graduate a prestigious the U.S. universities. We also have some prestigious universities in our country. They can be not necessarily the institutions, but accelerated business courses. But what happens if this candidate has just been graduated and he has no working experience? Yeah, well, by the way, I wanted to mention that in my talk. Well, if you are a young student and if you are only about to enter the university, if you don't have the work, you always have a chance to volunteering, go there, launch products. Launch products because the startups will be very affordable, will be really affordable. For example, I go and tell, go to a company and fail startups. It will be really precious because you don't have family, you don't have some mortgages and some loans to pay off. Go to a company, fail something, and you will get a valuable experience. You know, in the U.S., the experts take only those founders who had fails in the experience. In my student times, I launched student societies. We deployed different parties, some humor clubs, stand-up clubs, and we delivered. I accumulated a huge pack of experience, so to say. So what is your achievement in your latest project? We failed a startup where we invested around 1 billion USD, but it sounds well because it's not necessarily that you bring a certain benefit to the society, but sometimes you can say that I'm the person whom millions of dollars were invested, and I know now what to do. Okay, Timur, when making job interview with someone, what qualities, what professional aspects do you consider in the forefront? Well, as a matter of fact, I caught myself on the idea that I interview a very small number of people. Well, we are designed in such a way that my subordinates, the people who report me, currently, they are dealing with some operational work, and it helps to unleash the potential of a person. Maybe it's so difficult to explain myself correctly, but the key idea was not to buy a big database or to arrange big money flows. So we were not so much lucrative when we try to buy a company. I've always wanted to evaluate the potential of a person. Sometimes it happens in the Silicon Valley that the team gets together and say that we will have 5 million USD as a profit out of 20 million investments. 20 will not cost anything. The 20 million may only cost the team that assumed certain commitments. Sometimes talents can cost a lot, and there can be people that can create millions of USD worth projects, and we can only pay to those who are ready to do so, and buying a share in the non-existing company that only represents a group of people, a bunch of people. If you believe in the potential of people, and if you believe in them, then you can earn money. You can give them 5 million in return of 20% of the company, something of that kind. This is your direct investment in them as specialists whose work you have estimated this much, but money costs less than people's contribution. Well, what I try to understand is that I want to know if a person feels the business, if he is very professional, if he knows well what's happening there, if he knows the background, what he tried, what he didn't, what he achieved. And then I can base my after ideas upon, well, if you check the potential partner, the way the market perceives the story, a person invented a certain idea, he managed to make it possible, and the market responded that positively. There is an extremely small number of people like that, but it may not always happen in the business sphere, but also in the employment sector too. I have never employed people who came to work with us after university. In this regard, it's so difficult for me to seek a piece of advice. It would seem awkward for me with the way the hiring will look like. I think the most important thing is the wish to ask questions to figure out what's what. If a person comes in and if he knows what's all about, he can keep the topic. If he wants to check the hypothesis and to work on something, then it will be really inspiring for at any position. But because our session is called On the Verge of the Education and Technologies in the era of the artificial intelligence, we will come to this idea a little bit later. I'm concerned about the labor market in the U.S. as the most complicated, as the most diverse employment market. I was inspired by 1.8 billion USD of students' debts. I wanted to check this number. It turned out that 30% of these debts people prolong around 20 to 30% of defaults for these debts, and the average payoff of those debts around 20 years to repay the diploma. So the many investments did not paid off itself. So people didn't have enough profits to repay their education. This is what I wanted to tell you. Well, I would argue with this. The U.S. economy is really interesting from the perspective of its structure. The Americans earn a lot and spend a lot. They might not have such high level of education. If you work at Manhattan and if you earn at Manhattan, you have 500 million USD per year, you will not be representative of the middle class. You are not a wealthy person. $500,000 salary per year. It's an impressive number, but when you deduct the taxes from this 500 million, then 250 will leave, and then you will have to repay your residence. And if you want to live in the downtown, 100,000 USD will be spent, 150,000 will stay in your pocket. And if you have a family, well, you have to eat something, you have to have a nurse to take children from school. If it is a paid school, the 60 or 80,000 USD will be spent, and even you will have to count every single penny in your pocket. Even if you have a prestigious salary, your average income will be really low. And many people who work in Manhattan, either they don't live there or they try to live very modestly. And the story of the expensive education, many credits are preferential, they're subsidized by the government, and the Americans know that the preferential loans should not be paid on time. And the young people spread this cycle. They become self-sufficient a little bit later. They start working later than others. And if those loans can be extended at the preferential basis, it doesn't really mean that they can repay these loans, but it's another indicator. It means they don't want to repay these loans and they don't want to get more loans. And another thing is that earning $500,000 in Manhattan with a high life standard, much more interesting, much funny than earning the same amount in Talgar, somewhere in the outskirts of Almaty. Well, you calculate this number, you will have different ideas, you will have different capabilities. When you work in Manhattan, and if you earn $500,000, it may turn into 1 million. You can earn more than in Talgar when you earn a million tenge and $1 million are not comparable, but your income will be much higher even if you have less burden on your shoulders. That's why those people who get education, and even if they don't want to repay loans for a long period of time, those people work with more intelligent people in much cooler companies. They have better car, their life is more interesting, even if it's difficult for them to survive. This is such a dilemma of living in such wealthy countries. You spend more, you earn less. You earn sometimes more, but the life will be interesting. You don't really have to get higher education. It's very expensive in the U.S., but the matter is if you can make a career without higher education, it will be much difficult. But the more difficult thing is to get the right networking to integrate yourself appropriately. There are many people who didn't have a higher education, like Bill Gates, and they could have a very prestigious job, and they can run a very wealthy business. And I think that the chances that you survive and your career will be more successful will be better if you invest in yourself, I mean in your education. Guys, let's talk about the challenges the financial regulators face given the emergence of this new technology, the artificial intelligence. I mean, Timur, what are latest challenges and what are latest trends that you can see in this regard? Well, the financial regulators, the financial regulators can get another room of opportunity. Their regulated entities are becoming more challenging. There used to be like 3 of them, and now 364 services are provided by a particular financial regulator, and sometimes the companies even don't really know what they do. And you as an insider in this sphere, it's so difficult to learn what's what. So the issue of the regulator is that either you need to keep up with business, you need to understand what's what, what's happening out there, what kind of risks there are, and that's an extremely challenging story that has been there for the last 30 years in our country, and it has been long ago in the developing countries. So the business is trying to run far away, and regulators try to catch up with them to see the potential risks, and the business in turn understands that the regulators become fundamental limitations. Instead of running confidently ahead, we are always running back, or we are trying to escape from someone. We are trying to run away, but not run somewhere ahead, and we try to meet the demands of regulators, and by doing so, inevitably, they limit us. They prevent us from doing something, but sometimes they get us more disciplined. I think that the market without regulator will be weaker than the market with the regulators, but the regulator is always barrier for any process, and if there is no break like that, it will be bullshit. So it's so difficult for regulators to keep up with the changes, and they also need to learn how the artificial intelligence works, to learn this high-tech tools, and sometimes it's so difficult to regulate the companies. It's extremely difficult, much more difficult than working in this technological company. And I don't really I would never like to be a regulator, because they work is really inspiring, like keeping up with the financial sector. But if they perform well, they will be in the epicenter of the challenges. And sometimes a career in the regulation gives you a very significant leap ahead to new challenges, because you will realize what is happening out there in the industry. You will know better how the business should behave. Magzhan, you mentioned the challenges and related transformation with such an organization as Astana Hub. Now we have a challenge of the transformation of the whole country, all sectors of the economy. So you are involved, right? You are the person who defines the vectors of this transformation. Could you please tell me just in few words what the transformation will look like? I don't really understand that. Well, this area is divided into 2 parts. This digital transformation is divided into 2 parts. The first part is called GovTech, the introduction of the electronic services, electronic government, and so on and so forth. Now this notion is much broader. It should be penetrate other sectors that has to do with the public entities sectors, their business processes, ecosystems, and so on and so forth. And the second big area is the private market development, where there are corporates like Freedom Holding Corp, some other banks and ecosystems. It also represents a huge small and medium enterprises layer where the small and medium businesses are to be utilized. But we are also dealing with another important layer, which is called startups. Startups have been there long ago, and it turns out that startups represent the best way to seek for innovations, and Startup Founder represents the most useful tool for introducing innovations. Startup Hickswell was mentioned. What Hickswell means, these are the guys who joined the team. He attracted U.S. investments, and today they disrupt the marketing market, the commercial market, and now this evaluation has exceeded billions of USD, and I believe that they will be the first data core of Kazakhstan. And the mission of Astana Hub is to merge GovTech startups to be integrated, to build a bridge in between, many examples. When the electronic government unleashed the integration for businesses and banks, now within Freedom Super app you can get the services, sell the car in one app, sell the car, rearrange something, re-register something. This is what the innovation means. And if you want to unleash a new level, what we discussed before this session, the huge challenge is to introduce the data arrangement tools, because the artificial intelligence without quality data will never work. Now we are doing a great job to create the data sets library to arrange the work between different stakeholders, so we can structure the data properly and share them in between. Share them with each other. Many stakeholders have different data sets, and merging them all in one database represents so difficult work, because this is the matter of privacy, this is the matter of personal data protection, this is the matter of some other important things, and this work is to be implemented. And to conclude, I'd like to ask you a provocative question. So in 2026, if our speakers were the employers, what would you choose from startups or to founders? Or would you prefer to be a regular person? Magzhan, for example, you wanted to replace yourself from the employed person to a startup founder. Well, long ago, I've been dreaming about venture investments. I'll tell you the reason why. I already was in the shoes of the founder. There are some startups. I launched them as I was student, as well as 5 and 10 years ago. Almost 9 years I've been dealing with Astana Hub. I have the Institute of the Development. It's closer to the public activities. And, well, when I pass this journey and when I'm able to come back to the market, I would like to invest in startups, because by doing so, I could manage the startups portfolio. And the most interesting thing is to communicate with the state of art, the most cutting edge people. And when I was about to graduate from the university, I would be employed. I would like to be employed in a Freedom Ventures, maybe as a Freedom broker or some other startup, fintech startup company. Well, yeah. Well, in this regard, doesn't really matter what you do, what my destiny be is my destiny. Even if I wanted to have a flashback 20 years ago and I want to understand where I want to be, maybe I would make the same journey. Well, I started my career in a corporate sector. I've never dreamt about it. I was one of the youngest top managers in the bank as I started working, and I wouldn't go away if the bank disappeared in 2008. And I decided to start dealing with business because people said me goodbye. The bank said me goodbye because the bank shut the doors and shut their operations. And I didn't have any ambitions to build a securities business, but I realized that it's more interesting for me to be a manager, to be a leader in my business, running my own business, running a huge public company. I would try to repeat the same journey as I did before, and I think this is what makes me successful, and we need to continue the same journey. The more I live, the more I understand that when there is a strong leader out there, it doesn't really matter who runs the company. If you don't have the conflict with the shareholders, and if the shareholder is a stronger leader than yours, if you check the experience of American public companies, I would really love to be the CEO of any public company, and I would be really successful in my position, and I would be really successful in managing my day-to-day operations and to enjoy this process. No doubts about it. Not immediately after graduating the university. Well, this is what I meant. If I wanted to build a career of a manager in my own business, if I saw an opportunity in some other group, I would make my career there. You can earn more money when you are employed in a big corporation, and if you are working in a large company, you can earn money faster. If your purpose is to be a millionaire, and if you want to run your business, that's a typical mistake of survivor. No, in the corporate sector, in a wealthy company, there are more chances to become a millionaire or billionaire if you, rather than running your own business, having chance to manage the processes. Sometimes there are not so much opportunities, and sometimes when you are fired, you have to find some other ways to make business, and there are less risks because you manage foreign resources, some other people's resources, and you can multiply them, and those resources are not yours. But when you run your own business, you risk your own resources. Yeah, I would really love to continue my journey in that bank over there where I used to work, but I didn't know that the bank would shut the doors and would shut their operations, and that's why I had to find some other way around. Thank you very much for your precious insights. A round of applause to our speakers. As a matter of fact, we have a unique chance. Well, we have a unique opportunity for students to ask questions to the panelists. Okay, I'll take 3 questions from the audience. There was a young lady over there who raised her hand. Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Oshakbayev Saya. That was a great pleasure to listen to your session. I work in the controlling department of a bank, and I'm the 4th-year student. You told that the AI will not erase some jobs, but the jobs will change. But when it comes to such position with regulatory institutions like the National Bank, who have the compliance and regulation, will there be the manual work? Will there be handling hands operations? Will it survive or not? Well, when we prepared our own AI compliance, one problem we used to have, the lot on compliance is so high, especially when it comes to currency of transactions, sanctions control, that in the reality some banks suspend the payments, and they hire hundreds of compliance controllers to manage this flow. They used to have 2 people, and now they have like 160 people in their positions. They are the departments that mushroomed and snowballed over the past years, and our purpose is to return the reliability to these departments. Yeah, now there are more controls and more checks are required, and they are all needed. But what the AI is designed to is to gear up the people to check not one case but 100 cases a day for people to have a more complicated case to study rather than dealing with everything, and other positions can be dealt by the artificial intelligence. And once you resolve the problem of how to check all compliance requests in a few seconds, then the regulator will give you another 3 tons of regulations. So besides the origins of counterparties, we will have to check counterparties of counterparties of counterparties and counterparties and their close relatives, and there will be a need to do more verifications. Then we need to check the letters from the close people, and then need to know if they were prepared by people or by artificial intelligence. So a young person over there in the backstage. My name is Sayasat. I'm the 4th-year student of Narhos University. My major is financer. I have 2 questions to ask. What the student should do just to close the gap between academic theory and the requirements of the corporate environment. Thank you. Well, I think that he should know what a particular corporation is doing and try to find what the key business processes out there to understand how to link the future with that, what kind of tools are now available and what kind of tools may resolve some practical things that companies face. For you, when you join, to have a certain set of knowledge, and then you can try your own startup visit corporations and tell I want to sell you this service, I want to solve you this problem, and let's try a small pilot. Probably this approach can be successful or can be failing, but this will allow you to understand what kind of pains a company has and try to resolve them, and then demonstrate them during some internships and some other things. It will help. And then demonstrate if you can introduce some challenging works, and probably your idea will be to use specific tools, and you can demonstrate how the business processes can be improved with the use of these tools. It will always give you a very good impression, and I think it will be taken positively by a company. The young man over there, hello, my name is Raful, I'm 18 years old, I'm a trader and investor. This is how to explain people what this artificial intelligence is, and some people believe that this is cheating, but this is not the purpose to explain, but how to get the confidence, and not all people understand what it is all about, but not all people trust them. Not all people who invest in the cryptocurrency in the Western countries, they realize where they invest, but nevertheless they do that because their trust of financial market is higher, and this is the fundamental answer why some people are wealthy, some people are less wealthy. So the trust is the process when you have some success stories, and there are some millions of investors, there are millions of people who deliver different transactions with different people, and in 2010 they started, there were around 400 bells in depository, and every 5th and every 20th every 20s made something with the currency, and the cryptocurrency owners this is the journey to check the level. The more people are educated, the more positive experience they get. So don't rush. There will be like millions or a couple millions of investors, and if we don't deceive the investors and our citizens, and then a round of applause again. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't pause. Please take your seats. The next session will be completely in English. We have special simultaneous interpretation devices. Please take the devices for those who have some challenges with English.
Так, и мы сейчас перейдем к чемпионату. Сейчас у нас
Now we will proceed to the championship. The stage will be prepared very shortly. Okay, what kind of insights I got from the last session? Not like an insight, but kind of this. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please don't part. Please don't part. Please don't go. So this is what I mentioned in the first panel session. Please don't lose your chance. Ladies and gentlemen, please come back to the room because we are about to continue our event. There will be the Cases Championship. I'll tell you a small case for the ones who listen to me. I'll tell you a small case. I would tell you what would happen if you returned back to this hall. A case from my life that can be put on the shoulders of the blame of the survivor. I checked the social media, and there is a post that a certain person bought a big company in Kazakhstan, and it turned out that it was my friend, my schoolmate. I haven't seen him for like 10 or 15 or 20 years. I wrote him, and I wanted to have coffee with him. We were in the same classroom. How come that we were living in the same classroom, in the same department? It turned out that he's a top manager, and we tried to understand what we were doing after university. It turned out that I was hired, and what Timur mentioned. He went to the university and tried to find something for his dream. He started from a small company, and then he moved ahead. He opened one startup and then the other.
Now he's a serious startupper and he's an entrepreneur. I don't want to preach about him now. When it comes to matter, whether it was his mistake that he went to in that areas. I try to open a business, but there is one more detail. When you start a business after a long-term work on when you are hired by somebody, and it's very difficult to be the main manager. I'm as an entrepreneur, independent from other managers. Likewise, I want to inform you this thing. Maybe it would be useful for you, ladies and gentlemen. Please proceed to the room. It was unsuspected coming from the room. Please proceed to the room, and we will go on and we will discuss cases of our students. I see the teams are ready to present their solutions and their products. In spite of the fact that part of the people went out and tried to catch experts during the coffee break, I see that you have a very intensive discussions, but it's a good thing. It indicates that you are interested. So, ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the room. So it will be very interesting. It will be my main thing I want to do. Can you hear me from here? People in the second part, or in the second room, if you will be a 10th, if you come here, I will give you 10,000 tenge via Kaspi app. In the right, it's right from my side. You will be a 10th. 1, 2, 3, 4. We are waiting. So don't do like that. Don't be tricky. 4, 5. They are waiting. Look, take a look at them. So proceed to the hall. I want people to come back, and there is a jam in the entrance hall. Okay, 7, 8. Oh, why? So, okay, lady, please proceed to the hall. 9, 10. We have 10 people who are left. Who raised their hand. Okay, you, lady, and after this conference, you can come up to me and I will give you 10,000 tenge. Ladies and gentlemen, let's count until 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we can go on. We will have a championship of cases. And the chairman of a jury, Vadim, the floor is yours. Vadim Merkulov. Good afternoon. Let's get started. We will have a very special part. As you know, English language, everything will be in English. It will be transparent and logical example why we did so, because the English language is not a basic one. What for do we need if we have a basic languages like Kazakh and Russian? languages. We have a lot of fellowship with American companies. That's why we need to understand skills of students. Therefore, we will speak in English, and then we will listen presentations of guys how they will defend.
Let's bring our first team, RCN. Welcome to the stage. Can I have an applause here? I want to congratulate you guys on becoming in top 3 and wish you good luck. Let's see how you do.
Thank you. So, okay, everyone, imagine that your company, one of your largest clients, the client that literally validates entire your business model, suddenly decided to slash the commitment by 47%. What you gonna do? So the thing is, in that industry that heavily locked in backlogs, it's going to be a problem. So today, with that, we are introducing to you CoreWeave, the company that market is right now pricing as a growth company, but this company is also having its own downgrades. And with that saying, we are team RNC. My name is Magzhan. My colleagues are Tovzhan, Ayan, and Nurhan. And right now, currently, we are introducing you to a sell recommendation of CoreWeave stock price. Right now, CoreWeave is trading at $80, and with our valuation, it yields to $64, which represents like 20% of downside already. And but the most important thing here is bear case scenario and the bull case scenario, because our investors are facing asymmetric risk profile. Because bear case is giving like collapse of 60%, while bull case is implying just a return of 13%. With that being said, let us continue our thoughts with our colleague, Tovzhan.
So let's look at what happened in that market. OpenAI reduced its commitment by 47%, so which means that before that introduction, our commitment was $22.4 billion, and our visibility, the contract, lasted more than 5 years. But now we have only $11.9 billion of commitment and visibility of 3 years. What does this imply? It means that our CDS blew out, and now our credit rating may downfall, our visibility shortened, and it set a precedent to another companies to recall their contracts. But one optimistic case in that scenario is that we increased our liquidity by gaining a termination fee of $500 million in cash. Now let's move on to the next slide. And so what can be the effects of that news? We decided to consider it in 3 ways. It's the impact on revenue, growth outlook, and overall risk profile. Our revenue visibility consisted of 3 key points. It's take or pay contracts, our collateral value gap, and our backlog. So take or pay contracts, before that, we were sure that 100% written in the contract would be paid for us. But now it's no longer a fundamental assumption. It opens the room for some flexibility, and another companies can also redesign their contracts and cut their commitment. Secondly, we are heavily asset-based finance company, and we use the GPUs from our contracts as a collateral to build our infrastructure. However, as this contract price downgrades, we are under the threat of financial instability. And secondly, and lastly, our main revenue driver was a backlog that consisted of over $55 billion, but now it imposes a 20% reduction, which then turns to a growth decline, and we are no longer available to meet the more than 100% growth in revenue in 2026, which also imposes the next problem that our capacity, GPU capacity increases, so we have free GPUs that need to be utilized in an already established market. We need to find new clients for our systems. And lastly, our overall risk rate increases as our CDS blow out. Okay, now let's look at our risks. Our team considered three main risks. It's market risk, strategic risk, and financial risk. And in our opinion, the financial risk might be the most probable and the most severe one, as it includes our current debt and the future debt. So some of our debt contracts that currently exist, such as DDTL3 contract, use the contract realization rate as a convenience. So it's a benchmark for our debt performance. But however, when we shrink the cost of the contract, our contract realization rate also declines, meaning that we no longer available to meet the requirements of the contract. And secondly, we will be higher priced for the future debt, and it will be difficult for us to build another GPUs. Second one is a strategic risk, and these two risks are highly interconnected. So first of all, as we said, that this cut imposed a domino effect, so our other clients can cut their contracts, and we have a high customer concentration in the face of Microsoft, and if Microsoft follows the OpenAI steps and decides to cut their contract, we can repeat the case of Imagine Technology and Apple, when Imagine Technology was a main GPU supplier of Apple, and when Apple decided to withdraw their contract, Imagine Technology had to be privatized with Canyon private equity fund. And the last one is the market risk. So our main customers and our competitors, direct competitors, are building their GPU capacity. For example, even Microsoft is building their Azure GPU stations. And if the demand falls and competition rises, our market share may decline.
Yeah, in our valuation analysis, we have built very large-scale DCF model, and all other things being equal, ceteris paribus, after the dropout of OpenAI, we today need to consider two things. That's the revenue part and the capex part, because other parts like net working capital, days outstanding, or OPEX will adjust accordingly. So in revenue, here we have two streams of revenue, existing revenue and total revenue from backlogs. Existing revenue is the revenues that are right now on the income statement of the company, and we just increase it by the CAGR 26%, which is the average of what analysis gives. And the most interesting part is the total revenue from backlogs. Total revenue from backlogs we have after OpenAI dropout around $45 billion, and we have divided this by projected periods, and after that we adjust it by CPI US because our model is in nominal terms, and also add retention rate. Here our key assumption is in retention rate, because after expiration of the contracts, of the backlog contracts, we assume that companies will continue using our services. So it's pretty base assumption actually, because if it was not so, this company is not interesting, because in the terminal period it will one-off and we need to exclude from the terminal value. So yeah, 92% was a base case. That's the historical value was that for the core weave. And bull case is all revenue is recurring, 100%. Base case is 85%, that's industry average. And here, key note we want to say is that bear case is not actually that bear. That's 85% industry average. And I would say that some analysts, valuation analysts, would say that in the long term, it will merge to the industry average, 85%. So bear case is not that bear, but as the price for the bear case, we are receiving around 30 pretty sell. The next slide. Yeah, capex. We know that around 90% of the capex is spent to the new GPUs. So by backward induction, if we conduct the research and found out how many GPUs are needed, we can conclude how many capex is needed overall. So here's how we calculate new GPUs for the revenue backlog generation. We know GPUs for the end of the period, for each period, active power and active power per GPU. So look at the history. It's pretty stable. And using these vivid stable values, we can go to the projection and calculate GPUs needed in the projection. Active power in megawatts are received from the backlog that we are contracted already. So we know this value. And after adjusting for this, our retention rate, we have these values for the new GPUs. For the second table, we calculated 27. 27 is the value that how many GPUs are needed to calculate marginal revenue of $1 million. That's already taken from the table 1. And overall, we can calculate here the new GPUs that are needed to revenue generation. So next slide. Here, you can see our CapEx. In the terminal period, we set the third quartile was a comparable companies analysis because we are hyperscalers and our customers are mostly AI, and we need to spend more than our customers. That's the results of our DCF. So base case is around $64.
Now let's move to the comparable companies analysis. And I want to say that it is only for indicative benchmarking and for indicative purposes, and was not used as a primary evaluation method. As you can observe, we have analyzed 3 peer groups: the GPU suppliers, hyperscalers, and the neocloud and the AI infrastructure. Considering the first group, GPU suppliers, as you can observe, the multiples are pretty high, and this is due to the technological advancement of the sector, and the multiples of the hyperscalers are in the mid-range, the benefits of the diversification, and the lower risk models of the cloud systems in hyperscalers. And the last is our closest peer group, neocloud and the AI infrastructure, and as you can observe, the let's start from the cost of equity. The case thing here is the beta. We have calculated the beta based on the price sensitivity of our peer groups in cloud and the AI infrastructure against the S&P 500 benchmark on a 2-year weekly basis. And then we have used the Bloom adjustment to make the beta smooth in the long run. And after we unlevered it by removing the capital structure, and finally we relevered it for the target capital structure of the company. And our cost of equity is nearly 13%. Let's move to the cost of debt. Considering the cost of debt, instead of relying on the historical borrowing costs or the senior unsecured debt of the company, we analyze the market implied default risk, which is based on the nominal risk-free rate and the CDS spread. The company now has a CDS spread of tenor of 5 years, and this is nearly 600 basis points. After that, we compared this to the benchmark analysis of the broader industry and made a mapping. And by this mapping, we have derived that the issuer-specific basis premium is nearly 300. And after that, we analyzed 2 scenarios that their credit model, that the implied credit rating of the company will be downgraded to the B or CCC plus scenarios. And after combining the CDS spread with the nominal risk-free rate, their final pre-tax cost of debt is 9% and 13% in base and the bear cases respectively. Overall, weighted average cost of capital is 12% and 13% respectively.
Okay, let's dive into scenario analysis. So of course, we're going to start from the bull case, and according to our DCF models for terminal period, $60.8 billion were projected for a terminal period. And we are also showing you 2 valuation multiples, it's EV to sales and EV to EBITDA. But let's dive into bull case rationale, because you can see actually these multiples here on the screen. So the first thing is, of course, CoreWeSell is partnership with NVIDIA, because the thing is they are also getting a lot of very good and high demand GPUs directly. Second thing is contractual risk mitigation, because 96% of the revenues are getting from the long-term contracts. So the visibility, revenue visibility of those companies is so much better than usage-based cloud models. And the value chain integration, M&A deal, exactly acquisition of these AI-based companies, made this business of this company diversified by basically they can provide the AI-based solutions. So with that being said, for our bull case target price, $19.4 per share is going to be our bull case scenario. For bear case scenario, terminal periods based on the DCF model is going to be $48.5 billion with this EV to sales and EV to EBITDA multiples. And the thing with bear case rationale is erosion of backlog integrity, since a 47% cut means that you cannot just assume that these backlogs are absolute incomes. But the new thing that I'm going to talk about is legal overhang, because right now CoreWeave is on active ongoing court cases with some entities. So with that thing, bear case target price is $32 per share. We also constructed sensitivity analysis, and for your understanding, we created a football field of our visualization. But the main point is here that our scenarios were mainly affected with VAC and the backlog recognition. Here you can see that change in VAC and the LCGR, which is the long-term growth rate, and the VAC to backlog retention rate. With that being said, we firmly our firm recommendation is sell because of the fact that with all that arguments being said here by me and by my colleagues, and the thing is that's going to be volatile within the 1 week is going to be that quarterly report will be published. And the thing is, with this court, also March 13th deadlines is also going to reveal very, very good and many things that's going to make our case legally clear. With that being said, thank you for your attention, and we are ready for your questions.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. Hi, I'm Paul. How you doing?
Great.
First of all, since I'm from the United States, you mean American football, right?
No, but yes. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
We
should do our research, I think.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So you're absolutely right. In a few days, when they announce their quarter, much will be revealed. And you did mention on your bull case, the relationship with NVIDIA, right? So NVIDIA now owns about 9% of CoreWeave. And a couple of weeks ago, they added $2 billion to their stake. What do you think about if this nasty situation happens? Number one here, NVIDIA comes in to rescue. Don't you think that they would do that since they have such a big stake in the company?
Okay. We firmly believe that they're not going to help in that situation, since they are also seeing that some contracts are being reconsidered, and the $11 billion is a lot of commitment. And also, I want to talk about the case of this Apple and Imagine technology. Yeah, I believe that because of the fact that I believe that maybe NVIDIA is going to help, but not in that much sense. So in the end of the day, CoreWeave is going to be privatized again. Not again, but privatized.
Okay. Next.
I can go forward and add, yeah, please do. So my question is, why you decide not to use multiple models at all in your analysis?
Yes, I have previously stated that it is only for indicative range because as you can see from the table, we have 3 peer groups, and the most closest ones are the last group, hyperscalers, no cloud and the AI infrastructure, and there we can see only the perfect match is Nebius group, and others are not the perfect match. And if you are considering the market approach, we have only 3 very close companies and 1 perfect match. And we cannot use the multiples of the hyperscalers and the GPU suppliers in the total one, because there is different risk and there is different maturity of the company lenses. And we believe that EV sales is not the final one, because today, due to the immaturity of the company, its EBITDA and other profitability metrics are distorted because we cannot ignore high depreciation costs, we cannot ignore its high leverage, we cannot ignore other risks. So we are now only using the EV sales. And I think that we think that based only on EV sales, we cannot use it as a primary evaluation method because EV sales don't show its effectiveness. We believe that there should be more stabilized earnings in the future to use it as a primary evaluation method.
Okay, thank you. Ed, please.
Hi, I'm Ed McGuire. Thank you, team, for your presentation. I wanted to go to the risks slide where you had the matrix. This one, yes. And could you talk about your thinking, how you prioritize your thinking about the risks, and whether if we did get, for instance, renegotiation of contracts, could, for instance, CoreWeave start a price war with some of the competitors and really hurt, and boost their own competitive position by actually changing the competition in the marketplace?
Thank you for the question. It's a really interesting question. So first of all, about our prioritization, we looked at the short-term impact. For example, the DDTL3 deal is already signed, and if in the short term this situation happens, our liabilities will be very soon. So we thought that it will be the higher significance, and other ones we put in a lower significance and kind of lower probability late because of that. So we refer to a duration of the contracts and intents. And about the price war, if we establish a price war, I think it can hurt our business even more, because currently we are a heavily debt company and we are operating in a negative way. And if we decrease our prices to attract clients, yes, we can attract clients and fill the gap. However, it will hurt our revenue even more.
Hi everyone, my name is Igor Tolmachov. I'm Senior Equity Research Analyst covering tech companies in Freedom Broker. So my question is about your DCF model. When OpenAI decided to reduce the contract volume, do you expect this reduction to affect your short-term revenue, short-term backlog, or did you model for this to reduce your long-term revenue prospects? How you modeled it?
Yeah, okay. So before that, initially we had around 56 billion revenue backlog, and we decreased just the base as a base of 56 to sort of 45, and divided it by the periods. So because the base is decreased now, the terminal value is also decreased. So it's it goes to terminal value.
Hey guys, my name is Mikhail Stepanian. I'm a strategist, equity strategist. So first I would like to mention that you did a great job. A lot of parts of your presentation are really great. And I'd like to mention that how it looks like is really great too. Meaning that it should be informative and at the same time it should be, visibility is really great. So great job, guys. Could you please tell me why you put such a big emphasis on OpenAI? So, why do you actually expect that OpenAI will leave the company as a customer, not, for example, Meta or Microsoft? Why OpenAI?
Sorry, can you please repeat the last part of the question?
Yeah, sure. So, you expect that OpenAI won't be a customer of CoreWeave, right? As a bear case.
Not exactly. Not exactly. They are going to be customers, but they are going to...
Slash, right?
Yeah, with the slash.
So why do you actually expect that OpenAI would slash, not, for example, Microsoft or Meta?
I believe it's a condition of our case for final stage. Yeah. So because of that, yeah, I would like to consider slash Microsoft.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, guys. Let's start. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Let me get there. It was a great effort from our team here, from all the way from Astana, which is very good. But now we go with the Lemon Brothers. Come on, guys, go on the stage. Okay, so good luck, guys.
One, two, three. So, after a period of strong investor optimism, CoreWeave faced a decline, which was motivated by OpenAI's reduction of revenue backlog, which was, so the decision behind OpenAI's, the motivation behind OpenAI's decision is strategic reallocation of compute resources, not a breakdown in CoreWeave's operations. So the question is, was this breakdown fundamental, or market just overreacted? We believe that sentiment cracked, but the business didn't. Thus, show must go on. We issue a buy recommendation for CoreWeave. Our valuation, which includes DCF and multiples, gives a target price of $82, which is a 20.7% upside from the price of $68. There are three reasons behind our recommendation. First of all, CoreWeave is a fundamental neo-cloud with strong demand amid AI scarcity, and it outperforms its peers technology-wise. Secondly, we believe that spare capacity would resale quickly, and $500 million of termination fee would provide a liquidity buffer for CoreWeave. And third, diversifying revenue streams. In the future, CoreWeave would be able to limit the risk of customer concentration. My name is Akmal.
My name is Denis.
And I'm Alex. We are Team Lemon Brothers. So history taught markets that ignoring fundamentals can cause some consequences. That's why today we'll focus solely on fundamentals. And we'll start our analysis with a quick industry overview. So if we look at the AI adoption, it's increasing. And because of that, the demand for AI infrastructure is increasing as well. The energy and cooling are facing scarcity, while compute is increasing its performance. When it comes to energy, the main problem here is not funding, but rather access to electricity and grid constraints. That's why energy might be a key bottleneck for expansion. When it comes to chips, the latest generation of chips are increasing in their productivity. Also, the cost of a unit of computation is decreasing, while the useful life is increasing, which is a very positive trend. When it comes to cooling, cooling relies heavily on critical minerals, such as lithium, aluminum, graphite, and rare earth elements. Most of them are extracted in China, which creates certain geopolitical and supply chain risks. Now, let's quickly recap key facts about the company. CoreWeave is a fundamental neo-cloud, which operates 41 data centers in North America and Europe. The company has 250,000 GPUs and an active power of 590 megawatts, which is only 20% from total contracted power. Two main revenue segments are committed contracts and on-demand GPU lending. And as of third quarter of 2025, the company had a revenue backlog of $55.6 billion, which underscores strong demand for company services. Now, Alex will dive into investment thesis.
Sure, thank you, Akmal. So, moving on to our investment thesis, the first one, as you can see, is that CoreWeave is a fundamental business, and we think it has a really strong demand in AI scarcity market. So, To begin with, CoreWeave is an AI native platform specifically built for large-scale model training, and unlike general-purpose clouds such as Amazon or Microsoft, it focuses entirely on GPU-intensive AI workloads, and so as a result, its business model is strongly aligned with AI infrastructure demand. And on top of that, with the help of its proprietary orchestration layer and close collaboration with NVIDIA, it basically means that its GPUs can reach a better efficiency, and both of these advantages, they lower costs, they reduce the downtime, and it all means for the company that it will outperform within this competitive landscape. And as our second thesis states, which is quick capacity resale after OpenAI shock, we've basically observed that the improved capacity resale pricing and a 500 million liquidity buffer will strengthen cash flow and financial flexibility. And so as you can see in the first chart, we've projected a CAGR of 10.7% between 2026 to 2035. It's linked to contracted average GPUs per hour price. And when it comes to the on-demand pricing, we've seen a CAGR of 13% for the same timeline. And on the second chart, on the contracted and active hour projections, we've noticed a number of 29.2% for the same timeline, and almost the same goes for CAGR of 21.3% for the contracted power. And then our last thesis is that CoreWeave has a diversified revenue stream and a reduced customer concentration risk. So the AI stack, as you can see on that picture, it expands monetization opportunities and supports long-term reduction in customer concentration exposure. So it starts from the bottom. We've got infrastructure services, which is foundational cloud infrastructure layer, which includes GPU compute, networking, storage, and data center capacity that powers AI and high-performance workloads. After that, we got managed software services, which is managed orchestration, cluster operations, and lifecycle management tools that essentially simplify the deployment. And then afterwards, we got application and software services, which is an AI-focused workload tools and optimization service that enables efficient model training. And lastly, it's the third-party tooling and solutions, which ultimately integrates external AI frameworks. And all of these layers, they make up for the diversified revenue stream, and it ensures that the cash flow stay reliable over the long term.
Thank you, Alex. Now let's begin for the financial analysis. We split our revenue segments into the three phases. Firstly is historical phase, where revenue grows at a staggering 370% CAGR, driven by heavy investments. Next goes the build-out phase with CAGR of 50%, which is driven by AI enterprise adoption, high enterprise AI adoption rate. Finally goes the maturation phase, which stabilizes revenue to around 13% due to industry and company maturation. Looking at the sweet spot, profitability margin stabilize over the period from a historical to the maturation phase. Net profit margin is the exception because in 2026, it's in a negative dip of 15% due to OpenAI cuts, but it returns to the positive values in 2029 and goes to 5% net margin growth rate due to low depreciation and economy of scale. We conducted a sensitivity table that shows a revenue backlog in simple, intuitive, and familiar chess way. As you can see, the queen's moves is the strongest one. Basically, we say that CoreWeave is gonna backfill OpenAI's revenue with a high customers like Amazon, Meta, etc., with inclined utilization rate. Knight's moves, it's a balanced way to go with the small customers and moderate utilization rate. As for a vertical rook move, execution is first. As for horizontal rook move, we focus mostly on backlog revenue expansion. It's okay.
Can we go to the next slide?
Yeah, can we help with the clicker, please?
Just, if it's possible, switch it manually. All right. Now we see a slide with returns and cost of capital. As we see on the first chart, we see a ROE dip in 22% due to its heavy investment and OpenAI cuts of contract. For the utilization and earning ratios, we see ROI gradually increase and breaching its WACC in 2023. For the debt burden, it's actually decreasing, with net debt being decreased by 5 times to the end of period, and interest coverage ratio increased to 2.3. Now get the sweet spot, CapEx and free cash flows. As we can see in build-out phase, CoreWeave is going to expand its CapEx significantly. But when it hits maturation phase, CapEx basically plateau around 50 billions. But for the CapEx to revenue scale, it decreased mostly in historical phase and gradually decreased to the maturation phase, which can mean that the company not just overspending cash, it's increased its utilization value. For the free cash flow, it stays mostly negative because of businesses' CapEx heavy nature and rebounds in the 2 last years. Now let's dive deeply into free cash flows, and Nureddin gonna continue.
Thank you very much. We value the company using 2 methodologies, DCF and a relative valuation, allocating 80% weight to DCF and 20% to relative valuation in order to showcase the company's true power to generate cash rather than sentiment in the market. The underlying assumptions in our model are, first, is market share. Second, is contracted power conversion to active power. And the third is GPU per hour price tariffs. We apply a WACC of 9.5% with a cost of equity 10%, where we have assumption of 1% risk premium for company size and a cost of debt of 11%, mostly based on a blended rate of unsecured senior debts. With the beta of 1, which we derived by unlevering a peers industrial average and terminal growth rate of 3%, we derive a share price of $85 with an upside of 25%. Also, to stress our DCF analysis, we conduct a sensitivity analysis where we tweak WACC and terminal growth rate, and most importantly, revenue in 2026, which is more prone to shocks after OpenAI termination of commitment. Also, we conducted scenario analysis with bear and bull cases, where in a bull case we obtain a share price of 126 with an upside of 86%, because in a bull case scenario scheme which we conducted, we think that company rebuilds its backlog with better diversification after OpenAI cuts its commitment, because there is an opportunity for mid-market demand. While in a bear case scenario, we have price per share of $45 with a downside of 33%. But we think it is highly unlikely, because having a precedent of DeepSeek shock, it didn't shook the AI market fundamentally in terms of compute demand. Going to the relative valuation, we use the main metric of EV to EBIT multiple, because it showcases the company's operational efficiency the most in an industry where depreciation is so high due to fast and rapid growth and innovations in chips. In order to showcase the last shock Anthropic sell, we discount the multiples and arrive the price per share of $70 with a moderate upside of 3%, which does say that the market is overreacting and mispricing the risk. For our buy recommendation, we anticipate 3 risks. First one is customer concentration. Second is data center execution delays. And the third one is leverage funding and refinancing. So, dear investors and listeners, we cover the CoreWeave with a buy recommendation due to its fundamental business and strong demand for AI compute in an AI scarcity market. And the second is its quick ability to resell the capacity after even any shocks like AI, OpenAI contracts termination. And the third, we believe the diversifying revenue streams of the CoreWeave will help it to reduce customer concentration risk. Thank you very much. We are ready to take your questions.
Okay, guys, I have a question here. So, yeah, this slide actually. Can you go back?
Yep.
Yeah. So you're mentioning that there is a termination fee of $50 million, which make liquidity buffer. But you didn't mention at all any debt metrics of the company, which are pretty high. Do you think it will really help on the long term, and how it will affect the cash flows?
As we assume, thank you for the question. As we assume, for the debt metrics, it's going to decrease over time because the business is fundamental, and we see a growth, a potential growth in the debt to EBITDA ratio because of increasing in profitability metric of EBIT. All right.
So I will take that. We believe that the net debt to adjusted EBITDA of the company will be decreasing, showcasing that it is what is it, right? It is mainly risk proxy metric. So we think it's going to normalize, and even now it is outperforming the industry average in terms of performing and covering its debts. Yeah, still we're having a problem of cash reserves where in a company like that industry, it's discussed that there is even negative cash reserves. But think that even if in a case when the termination of contract happens, we will receive instantly 500 million, which will help us to normalize our negative cash reserve and improve our net debt coverage. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Guys, good work. Very impressive. The prior group, had the thesis that the greatest risk was financial risk, right? OpenAI cuts, and then there's even more worry, as you see today, with the blowout in the credit default spreads. And so, what's your confidence level? Because it's obviously different than the previous group that say OpenAI does, cut their commitment, as you've been told in the scenario analysis, that they can so quickly and effectively replace those customers with, essentially full pricing. Why do you feel that way?
Thank you for the question, Paul. Because we assume when OpenAI committed this contract, they buy it in a bulk with a high bulk discount. And when it's going to cut off, the plans for building data centers, all the prepaid expenses, not going to disappear just in nowhere. They needs to be sold for somebody. And market right now, like even small enterprises trying to participate in AI race, as we see like in many directions. So we assume that, for example, medium enterprises would actually want to buy this metrics with a actually discount to the peers, but for the CoreWeave contract structure, it's going to be even higher than OpenAI deal.
And I also wanted to add to this point that if we look at the scenario, OpenAI is basically reducing commitment to some extent due to internal reasons. And if we look at the mid-market, there is still plenty of demand which can which we can cover.
Hi, I wanted to go to the revenue diversification slide, which was
Sure.
And I wanted to ask if you had a sense, there you go, that's it, of these solutions, are there any of these areas where you believe CoreWeave has either meaningful competitive advantage or either of these will bring a much higher profitability profile to the company? Or is it the fact that they just have all of these services versus focusing on just one or two?
Yes, I can take that. So from our research, we've realized that the NVIDIA partnership actually makes up for it. And so, the more and more partnerships occur with CoreWeave, we will be seeing a domino effect in terms of its pricing as well, in a sense. So we believe that its infrastructure services is currently its strongest part. So yeah, I would say it's the infrastructure services.
Which gonna snowball in the future software advantages, because usually AI right now, it's not about the software, it's about bare metal pieces that needs to be run. And as we see on the market, there is a high demand for them, but not much supply.
Thank you, guys. Can we go back to the slide where you showed us GPU rental rates?
Yep. That's it? Is it?
Yeah, this one.
Sure.
Your main assumption is of endless price growth with 10% and 13% CAGR. So basically, don't you expect that at some point we will meet, like the market will be full with capacity, we will have no more scarcity of compute? What's your take on that?
Yes, surely we can look. I think it is only the little snapshot of our projections part in terms of revenue in these drivers. These are main drivers of our revenue, and we see this CAGR of 20%. But looking at the not overall dynamics of this slope, but separately year by year, we can see clearly and assume that their growth is decelerating. And it can be expressed right here or based on our divisions of revenue phases, where we have a historical, we have interesting growth rates, and then we have a build out where we are foreseeing a really great pricing power. So pricing power of any AI players right now is so skyrocketed, and they're charging. So, but in a maturation, we see there is a CAGR of 13%, which is way less than in the build-out phase. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. Thank you for your work. Yeah, stay on this slide, please. And could you please give me some comments? How did you actually calculate revenue growth?
Yep. The formula used here. Yep. The formula used here, we can see the CoreWeave's business model, which is mainly comprised of two segments. First one is committed contracts, and the second one is on demand. And the share of allocation of GPUs, which are monetized as a price per hour basis, 95% goes and allocates for committed contracts. Meanwhile, the about 3 to 5% is allocated for on demand. So the formula is follows: the GPU capacity, which is available during the period, which is the beginning and ending period, is average, multiplied by price per hour based on our forecast, and multiplied by total hours in a year. So how did the forecast happen? So here. So we did assume the same thing that I said, that in a build-out phase, we see a rapid growth where we have a great pricing power, while in a build-out phase from 2031 to 2035, we see the deceleration. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, almost. But actually, my question was, how do you came up with contracted numbers, active power numbers? So it was kind of average assumption, or what was that?
Our assumption was that nowadays, usually big players came to AI race because it's capex heavy, but with the technological advancements and like future developments of AIs, it's going to be cheaper for smaller and smaller enterprises to come to this race. And actually, they mostly wouldn't buy a contract, like long contracts, because it's not going to be in terms of their expenses, it wouldn't be that profitable. So they're going to use on-demand scale. That's going to be more suitable and more flexible for their needs. So we assume it's going to increase significantly to like in a maturation phase.
Yep, let me adapt, and I think I get what you were asking about. How did we derive the contract power and active power support as well? So we did read some research from McKinsey, and they forecast till 2030, but we had to stretch that to the 2035 and also apply some approaches in terms of like deceleration rates. So, and then we did calculate the market share of the CoreWeave as of now and also trying to forecast it. So it did result in a way that in the build-out phase, it is maintaining, it is market share, but the growth of the market itself in terms of top line is so high. So I think the market share of the company itself in the build-out stays the same, but in a maturation phase from 31 to 35, we see also the deceleration of the market share. So then we derive the contracted power as of market share, and then how did we convert it to the active power support? So let me go to the slide.
Actually, guys, I got your point, yeah. Thank you. That actually answers my question. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much for your time. Okay, guys, let's go to the next team. I think you're ready to hear some action, right? It seems like a couple of guys left, but I think it's their miss, in my opinion. Okay, Crusaders from Astana. Come on, guys, on the stage. Oh, here. Okay. Okay, once again, good luck, guys.
Раз. Oh. Can I start?
Yes.
So, good evening, dear guests and judges. My name is Serjan, and today I'm going to present my team. So, this is Renat, Alimjan, and Bek Sultan. So, in general, we want to start from the executive summary. So, we have given a case that OpenAI cut it with our long-term contract by nearly by the half. And we need to update our recommendation and evaluation prices. So in general, we have several model adjustments, like replacement rate scenarios, higher discounted rate. So we developed 3 main scenarios. It's a bear case, base case, and a bull case. And from that, all the cases, we came to the conclusion that our final recommendation is to buy. So, in general, what is CoreWeave? CoreWeave, in general, American-based company that considered as AI cloud infrastructure company. So, to be simply, it's a company that have AI data centers, and it gives rent to the big AI companies like NVIDIA or OpenAI, so that they can train their own model and to have computing power. So how CoreWeave makes the revenue? In general, CoreWaves have many long-year contracts, and it has about like 55 billions of the revenue backlog. This is show us that the CoreWave company has like many customers and have many revenue in the next years. So in the what industry CoreWave operating? In general, it's considered as a AI cloud infrastructure company. So the main growth drivers for this industry considered that nowadays demand for the AI is currently rising, and the many big tech companies like Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft is increasing their capital expenditure for the next years, and it shows us upward trend, and we can surely say that demand for the AI and for the GPU is currently increasing. But I will also need to admit some constraints for our industry. It's power access, GPU supply, because our company is relying on the NVIDIA GPUs, and also problems with the capital and the financing, because this industry considered as a capital-heavy industry. So next, we want to consider this event more detailedly.
Event impact assessment. And the breaking news is that CoreWeave stock price has sharply declined by 35%, and from $123 to $80 per share. And the main reason for that is that OpenAI has decided to reduce its total commitment from $22.4 to $11.9 billion. And to put in simple words, initially OpenAI had pre-ordered cloud computing services from CoreWeave over the next 5 years and decided to scale back. And from that, we have three main considerations. The first is higher cost of equity because of the volatility of the stock. The second is the higher cost of debt because of the higher default risk. And the third is the lower projected revenue over the next 5 years. And regarding revenue outlook and risk reset, initially we have projected our revenue in our DCF analysis for 10 years explicitly. And as our main source of information, we have taken data from consensus, namely from Capital IQ estimates. And we have taken into account this breaking news and constructed 3 cases in our scenarios: bull, base, and bear. And now I'll hand off my words to my colleague, Sultan.
Okay, let's move on to the most important part of our presentation. Maybe you're asking why. Because especially in this part, we finally decided, should we buy the stock or not? Let's look at the scenario framework. We have, of course, 3 cases: bear, base, and bull cases. And all these 3 cases, they differ from each other because of the 4 key variables that makes these cases different. These are replacement of loss of demand, pre-tax cost of debt, unlevered beta, and terminal growth. Okay, let's simply explain each variable, how it affects. Replacement of loss of demand. For example, here we lost $10 billion. And how company will act in this case? Will this company deal with this problem? Maybe the company starts to offer new contracts to new clients. And we have a pre-tax cost of debt. For example, I'm a lender, and I see that people who is borrowing the money, he has a risk, his revenue becomes less, and that's why I price the risks, and that's why I will ask the compensation, and that's why the pre-tax cost of debt will increase based on the cases. Bear cases will be more, in base case, medium, and bull case, less. And unlevered beta, it's mostly about how our company link it to market. If market goes up, how much our company goes up. And terminal growth, which is strictly about how our company is going to grow. Next slide, please. So let's start with the bear case valuation. We assume that there are no replacements, that company, they have problems with offering new contracts, and that's why it has a higher WACC, which is strictly dependent on our pre-tax cost of debt and unlevered beta. And higher WACC means higher risks, and that's why lower terminal growth. And our final results here is our implied fair value is $45, and sensitivity range is $32 to $60. Next one. Base case, that's a medium case. We assume that there are partial replacement of all our losses. Our company offers new contracts to cover 50% of losses, and that's why we have moderate higher WACC and slightly higher terminal growth. And as a result, we have $79 implied per share with a sensitivity range of 61 to 100%. And last one is the best case. The best case is a strong replacement. Our company started to find new contracts, new clients. As a result, it covers 80%, maybe 90%. And lenders see that it has lower risks. That's why WACC will be also lower and higher terminal growth rate. And as a result, 97% per share and with sensitivity range of 77 and 121. Moreover, I want to add one of our assumptions that we distributed our losses, expected revenue by OpenAI by the shares like 10, 15, 20, 25%. We distribute by 5-6 years. Why? Because it's GPU deployment, it's testing how it works, new workforce, it requires time. Because that's why we cannot just strictly split it linearly. And moreover, we assume it, taking the information from CapEx, capital IQ for capital expenditures, we assume that it does not affect such events to our capital expenditures. So next one.
And finally, valuation. Regarding our valuation, we have chosen discounted cash flow analysis as our, to focus on an intrinsic value of the stock. And we have two stages here. Like in discrete period, we forecasted our unlevered free cash flow over the 10 years. And regarding our terminal value, we used Gordon Gross method to calculate it. And also regarding termination fee, we added it to our equity value, since termination fee is the amount paid by OpenAI to CoreWave company for the reduced commitment. And also, I would like to say our key distinction of our model, it's our valuation date. And as our valuation date, we have chosen 13th February of 2026. And the main reason, because we want to focus on current market conditions, and we chose this date as latest market closing date.
So the main reason why we have selected 10-year forecast rather than commonly used 5-year forecast is due to the fact that we believe that for rapid growth companies, it is essential to complete at least one full business cycle, which means that the company will be able to provide to sustainable and confirmed results in the future. As my colleagues already said about the revenue, I would add a few things. We were trying to make a power approach, like GPU per hour approach, but we understood that still there is not enough reliable data on this, and that like every day the data changes and we cannot reliably predict it for the near future. So talking about our investment decision, we still believe that it is extremely profitable in the long term for our investors and clients to buy the CoreWave stock due to several reasons. Firstly, as our case study says, the CapEx is still growing, and the general AI trend and sentiment among the market participants is positive, which means that people are still believing in this stock and in the industry in general, despite this negative news regarding the OpenAI. And the second reason for our position is that we have analyzed the 10Q report for the Q3 of 2025 and found the revenue distribution for the largest contractors. It stated that more than 67% of the current revenue belongs to the Microsoft, and it also states that no any other contractor has more than 10% of revenue. So optimistically, we could say that the revenue share of OpenAI is at most 10%, which is not as heavy for our valuation model. And I would also like to say that right now, many people compare the AI situation with dot-com bubble, but we believe that the situation is a little bit different here, because during those times, any companies that put .com in its name was receiving gigantic valuations and multiples, but here we can see the revenue. Revenue is coming. The companies such as OpenAI, Gemini, Grook, and other products, they're selling their subscriptions and make revenues. But at those times, these were more like speculations rather than real money. And I would also like to say that we are trying to create a long-term value for our investors, for our clients, rather than short-term and risky profits. Thank you for your attention. We're ready to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. I will start again, if you don't mind, guys. So you have a slide where it says the bull case with the replacement of 80%. So here's my colleague Paul from US actually said that neoclouds is the only problem with them is that how fast they can actually build them. So it's not about actual demand. So why you put 80% instead of 100? What's your, can you just go deeper into thesis here?
So I also forgot to mention one important thing, like we have our valuation model was extremely conservative in order not to create an additional speculation for our investors. So it means that it is possible that our entry cases and its stock prices will be even a little bit higher than we have presented to you today. Alimjan, if you want to add something.
That was the answer for the demand?
You mean 80%, why not 100%?
Yeah, exactly.
100%, it's realistically, it's, I can say that it's so positive, how would say, outcome, like just to cover all the losses. Maybe companies struggle with such problems because we don't know backside what's happening. Because 47% of commitment, why they relook to the contracts, there may be several reasons. Maybe company has inner problems, and that's why for them, just to cover 100%, it's unrealistically. That's why we put 80%.
Okay, thank you.
And moreover, I forgot to add that, especially to our, like all assumptions, it's most strictly dependent on the WACC, which is mostly about the risks. If our lenders, they're assuming the higher risks and market analysts, they're like putting higher beta, this only, especially these two indicators, it's key decision makers, what will be our fair value.
Okay, thanks. You can ask guys.
Hey guys, outstanding. Can you just go back to the bear case valuation slide? Okay, just want to check the estimates. First of all, dude, you look like me in the 80s with the suspenders. which I like, by the way. So do you think in this case, with the unraveling of OpenAI, and of course, OpenAI isn't just a big slice of CoreWeave, you know, it's very important to the entire neo-cloud and even traditional hyperscaler ecosystem, that the higher WACC of 12.5% to 13.5%, you know, is even covering it? Do you think this fully reflects that scenario, which would be a pretty dire scenario?
I strongly assume yes. Why? Our beginning WACC was 10%. It was about 10% before this event, and after that, can you move on back? Yeah. Yeah. And here we assume like bear cases. It means like we have higher risks, and that's why we. By our, like, also we can say it's also business sense, it's also important part for valuation, how you feel, how you understand the market. And we like add 200 basis points, and adding these basis points and adding unlevered beta. Next slide. It gives this value, and this is a result of our WACC because of the higher risks.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, could we go back to the scenario analysis, the assumptions? I was just wondering if you could give me just a kind of a broader sense of what led you to choose the variance in each scenario. Obviously, we know that this is all this is analyst judgment, but I wanted to just get a bit of a sense of what was behind the extent of the impact on, for instance, terminal growth and unlevered beta in the in bull and bear case scenarios. What was your thinking behind the range of the outcomes?
In the beginning, we started with a base case because base case is a medium one, which is more realistic. And how valuation it's built up? First of all, you should establish DCF, and then you should play with the sensitivity. For which values our final results is sensitive. That's the key important part. And mostly, for example, in consulting, in business structuring, they mostly they rely on sensitivity analysis, and after that they build a strategy. And we start to think for which values our implied value is so sensitive. And according to our findings in our DCF model, we found these key 4 values, especially unlevered beta and pre-tax cost of debt. And also we started to think broadly how it works. Why, especially for these values, our value is so sensitive? Because why? As I explained it, our lenders, they price their risk. They are seeing that you have lower revenue. That's why you can, that people who borrowed money, he cannot bring us back. That's it. And unlevered beta, it's also, I think that they're linked a little bit because unlevered beta is mostly about market.
Hi guys, great job. Could you please tell me, you mentioned that you get a lack of data to calculate revenue based on megawatts per hour or whatever metric. So could you please provide some more detail? How did you actually calculate it?
I would like to explain your revenue. We had 2 options regarding our revenue schedule. The first option was constructing our revenue schedule looking at power, and the second one looking at GPU counts and calculating like revenue. And we made 2 schedules. And in the first case, we looked at data centers. Also, we looked at maximum capacity, which is 2.9 gigawatts now, and active power. And also, initially, since we wanted to do our free cash flow analysis over the next 10 years in our DCF, we went to the idea that limiting our capacity at 2.9 gigawatts would be inappropriate in this case, and constructing like inappropriate numbers would not suit in this situation. That's why we built our model like that, and all our 3 models, like bull, base, and bear cases, are very conservative, as you see.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, guys.
And now I'd like to hand it over to our presenter. Now let's turn to Russian again. Let's communicate in our language. Okay, so there's gonna be an outstanding panel session ahead, and the prize drawing at the end, as well as the wording of the participants of today's workshop. So we'll have 15 minutes coffee break, and then let's come back here. So now it's 6:25, and let's come back at 18:40, like.
There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7, news that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments. There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7. News that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click.
Our event. Wait a minute, I will take an agenda. So, as I promised, if you come timely, I will wire 10,000 tenge to two persons. Let's go on. Next panel session, media in the era of changes. It's a very interesting topic. You make reels and you send stories. We are almost there. We are already there. Apologies. Elena Tofanyuk is our expert. She's a head of Pony West project. Mikhail Brovkin, online translation of Freedom Broker. He's the manager of the department. Gulnaz Mukanova, editor of Interfax Kazakhstan. And moderator of this session is Andrey Chebotarev, financial analytics and economics observer. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for those who are the most resilient on the first sessions. We found out that the best will be here, and those from Silicon Valley will be here. What about questions to analytics? And so let's come to these Silicon experts. maybe we are a leather one. I'm financial analyst. We are dying species. And are you afraid that you will be replaced? Answer one by one. Turn it on, please. I didn't get it. The leather ones, now I clarified it. I mean, what about androids? I mean, human beings and AI replacement. I mean, people and artificial intelligence. I don't believe AI will replace human beings. It's impossible. But AI dramatically changes landscape and game rules on the media market. Can we compare it with the situation before media market was the second, the ancient profession? It's after interview of Moses when he talked to God, and it had been changing with a technical advance, telegraph, television, internet. It's a new paradigm shift. It seems to me that it's a definitely new story of content distribution. The deal is that you've noticed there were stone tablets or interview with God. Then we had newspapers, television, internet, podcasts. Yes, the form was changed, but I don't want to preach that I'm truth at stop. But we have a media landscape, we have a lot social networks, we have a Google, and there's a great flow of content, and from there media takes traffic and subscribers. This is the monetization process occurs. LA model stops supporting traffic. They just provide answers on questions. This is a challenges media industry is facing, and it will face later. Friends, good evening. When it comes to this topic, we had several cool reports. There were key points, and Alexey, Maksimkin, my colleague, said that to be trustworthy, it's important. We involved in live broadcasting. We monitor tendency, and in this area, we see that everything is generated. A lot of content is like that. A speaker and his speech and his or her voice has been generated. Later, we watch a video and we see a living video, and he says, "Thank you. It's a real human being. We're pleasant to watch him or her," and we understand. We here for a long time. What do you mean a long time? Do you remember that video that until the death separates us from each other, and 6 months later the death comes and says, "Here I am." It's a matter of technologies. We can go do it fastly. We can organize that the video of artificial intelligence image and the real person cannot be compared and distinguished. Hypothetically, that will be maximum imitating avatars who will replace human beings. Today we talked a lot, Alex talked about that. We talk and deliver things. Desperate, and I have many doubts. We will be replaced. It needs to be an adequate image. If you write with the mistakes, my mom said, you need to write without mistakes, avoid mistakes. But now it's useful for me that I write without mistakes. What about your opinion? Share your expertise. Hello. I'd like to say that AI is probably additional tool for people, for our occupation, for journalists, because the core of journalism is without changes. It's a practical occupation. It can be our occupation can be replaced, but our our occupation obligations will be changed. We will be adapted. We were adapted under all these technical innovations, and our colleagues used pens, but later we had mobile phone recorders, and these channels of contact delivery are being multiplying. I mean, if before a minister or any other person who is popular in mass media were very popular, and at the same time access was small, but these kind of things like new technologies are accessible. Timur Turlov can conditionally answer and solve your problem with a card. Only manager could write it. You needed to write to a journalist, and journalists solve the problem with a press service, with the bank managers, and it makes journalists to to adapt. You are not the only channel of delivery of the data. Then you need to try to find new ways to be popular among your listeners or readers. Therefore, they can help to optimize the processes. I'm deeply persuaded that work of journalists will be changing, and ways and tools and mechanisms will be changed, but the main thing will stay the same in spite of all changes. So we found it okay. Human beings will not be replaced. We stay at the working place. Who will pay for these work models? Change media. It is the business. A journalist wants to eat. Somebody needs to pay money to an expert. Media needs to get money for paying him salary. Now the models are breaking this standard. The journalist creates a contact. It's not an exclusive one as before. And you made examples with the prime minister. The second thing, the models provide your information as it is without accepting money. What about leakage of money from mass media? Where can we find money in the context of this model of AI? First of all, I want to comment on the occupation of journalists. It couldn't be depreciated and we have a lot of models, and you have an exponential growth of fact-checking. Truly, this is the new area of journalism development. It's a short note on when it comes to history of journalism. When it comes to money, I like historical analogy. When horses were with the carriages and it was developed, and they said when number of carriages will be a lot, and our cities will drown in the dung of or manure of horses. But later automobile was invented. But have I answered your question? Partly you answered you answered the question. Gulnaz, I want to apply to you with this question. I doubt that you are paying and you are subscribing of Interfax paywall. You were you paid to get access to a certain data in the US and Europe. It was a tradition. It was popular in Kazakhstan, Interfax, and a couple of two informational agencies. It's the only representatives that became this tradition popular. Would you change this model? Could this model be livable in the future? It's not matter of my competence. I understand it's a forum about Freedom Broker. We have a subscription for news, and this kind of way of accepting information is obsolete. We have abundance of many new channels and the spreading of them. We need to change the approaches. I don't believe that these subscription where you pay wouldn't disappear. People are ready to pay for this. Now it's a matter of discussion of authorization of copyright. What about what areas this copyright would be? And the journalism is one of the industries in this context. And I believe that subscription, which is payable, it will survive, it will live. I don't know the time of living of it. There will be changes. Mass media will be in the form of a service, intellectual or author service, which will provide an access to a large amount of projects. When it comes to our agency, besides these payable subscription, we have monitoring, Scan, Spark. I mean, we have a lot of parallel products which are needful to our clients. News are historically popular. Interfax was created like this. We provided rent for faxes, and we just send our faxes, and now it's obsolete. Up to now, we sell the news, and the approach to payable subscription needs to be changed. We need to provide analytics, observations, and fact-checking, as our colleague said. People, it differs professional journalists from bloggers because trustworthiness and understanding of the situation can be provided by professional journalists who and experts and work for a long time. We can provide this unique content. We will come back to the matter of credibility, and I want to ask you a question. On the basis of your media, you want to launch some elements of fintech or the full-size fintech. If you can tell about it, why you came to this idea. It's a way to survive. What is your goal in this aspect? Definitely we have a small element of fintech. If you register on our site without subscription, you will see a database of issuers. It's not a second alpha. It's a specially organized product. We made the first line analysis, and the junior analysts does it traditionally. You cannot sort it out, and ability to create portfolios. Yes, you uncovered our secret. We want to sell it. Our conference is about a career. I want to tell you about a case, and I want to give you advice to young people that your personal publicity and your personal media activity has a positive influence on your career. With my friends, we launched a channel, and we calculated he saved from 8 to 12 years of career climbing on the career ladder on the public service. I want to ask this question to Mikhail. Could you tell in details about cases of the guys? How can you monetize this and to turn it into a real cash? Because everyone understands value of innovations. Thank you very much. This is symbiosis of all the topics we discussed today. There is one important moment. If you want to provide information to people, I mean complicated professional information, we have many hindrances and barriers, and you need to decorate or to prepare it so it could be understood so the end consumer will be a relevant user of it. And Freedom Broker does not stay. We have progress in it, and this product has packing and analytics in this idea. And this product actually is a kind of a blogger's product from a big brokerage. What is the problem? If you want to stop and read the observation for 30 minutes or 30 pages, it would be incredible. It's impossible. There is a certain trend. It's difficult to start an education process. Internally, in our subscription, we provide an opportunity to get connected to online broadcasting, and we exemplify with a transparent language our ideas. We use ideas and our guys' analytics. We try to concise it with a transparent and understandable language, and our guys repeat our actions. We open our terminal, we fill our accounts, and with our client we just walk this way together, what to pay, what to sell. We do it on a regular basis. We show this method or way. And some people say in their books about money, you need to invest, you need to save money. What about doing it on your own? It's not easy. We show the way how to invest, how to save money, and where to invest. You need to compromise when it comes to your emotions, when it comes to wars or others difficult circumstances. Naturally, we try to find people who can clearly explain these things in the context of broadcasting, or while taking off a video regularly. We try to we search it. We have a priority, and our priority are guys who involved in the investment. They try to broadcast it on this simple language via internet. This is a high priority for us. Actually, it's a new kind of work. It's not analytics or classic sales. We broadcast it for thousands of people. What about increasing of their costs on the labor market? Definitely, it increases their cost on the labor market. What about this case. He became popular, he became a mass media person. If he or she wants to change his job or for example, they have a contract, you are a slave, I'm a boss. The first track is he or she goes on his own in his career in our company, or the second you understand it, he will change the place of work. Today, Timur Ruslanovich clearly said that with a great corporation, all the results are achievable and financially and professionally. You can start your business from the scratch. Without starting his business from the scratch, he couldn't achieve these things he has now in his position. And no doubt you have more opportunities you can use in order to go higher. If a person searches and finds other projects, we try to organize the most competitional projects. There we have a small rotation because we provide all conditions, so our place of work could be most profitable and the most interesting place to work. Thank you for your sincere talk. Gulnaz, what about journalism? I'm not a journalist, but I'm bad blogger, and I tried it. I saw the worst mistakes in their magazines, and they built analytics on these poor facts. It's part of the truth that journalism is being learning for a long time. Unfortunately, the market is not so profitable in Kazakhstan, and journalist starts to write everything he or she wants to write without mistakes. If there are no mistakes, I have a question in this case, in this situation. There is a change of a focus because of fact checking. They have a prolongation when it comes to issuing of news. As it's like prolongation with the banking system. When this mass media company has the same situation and production has the same situation, it's very easy to do like this. How journalists can be valued as they were valued before. And here in this world now, everyone can be a journalist. How to change it when it comes to American Reddit or Twixter? Everybody remember Reddit and that roaring kitten who made a revolution. They weren't a journalist. They just moved the market. They propagated their ideas. Nevertheless, how can we cope with the creating of media? I mean, the ordinary people can create this. When it comes to fact-checking, that's interesting. Everyone can post any information, but other guys can check it, and their checking will be a high-quality checking. It's problematic. We ask these kind of questions on a regular basis, and publics and Telegram channels have accreditation in the state structures, and no doubt when all of your life you've been regulated, your activity according to editorial and ethical and professional standards and law standards. You have difficulties when you to struggle with bloggers when they get a hype, and then you need to have to disprove their information. Nevertheless, your approach is not so flamboyant and interesting. We have difficulties to struggle with it.
And many media, they are like at the intersection, and they have the dilemma: either we follow the readers or readers follow us. Either we want to hype or we create the media agenda, and the media representatives should better understand what they really want to. We cannot blame those editions, publishing houses that wrote an article about the cake itself, for example, which cost like 300,000 tenge or 600,000 tenge, like $500 or $1,000. They could have earned some bonuses on that. We cannot blame them because journalists want to have something to earn, and they want to live wealthy. The money is always good. Money is always good, and we cannot blame them. Well, what's to be done to change the situation? I think that it comes as the time goes, and I think people will get tired of this defaming content, and they will have a need to receive quality information and consume quality content. If you talk about the fact-checking, then yes, many people rush to deliver the best information from bloggers or Telegram channels. They make mistakes, or they publish some incorrect information with the wrong titles. The fact-checking topic is to be popularized, or there must be the outreach program, because in the era of AI and all these pictures, texts, the videos that you can't understand if it is a deepfake or reality. Fact-checking and critical thinking, they must go hand in hand, and they must prevail, and this is what the society should work on, including independently. We, as the journalists, so we cannot decide what way people should think. Instead of them, what we need to do is to give them quality news, quality analytics, quality reviews, so they can develop their critical and analytical thinking for people to understand where the reality is, because the terabytes and terabytes of information that goes through our brain every day and every hour, they transform our mindset, and people are not capable to perceive information as such. They are not capable to perceive an information if it is delivered with clickbaits and something else. Well, we have China just close to you with different attempts to control different markets, especially when it comes to bloggers. They have an interesting idea. The bloggers who's writing about healthcare should have the medical diploma. Is there a way out here? Can we make those who write about financial topics, should they have the financial higher education or financial background? Will it work well? Well, I have a different idea about this. I don't really think that journalists and bloggers are the forces that fight with each other. Both this and their they are working horses, and they have their own objectives. Bloggers entertain, bloggers share their interpretation, evaluation, but the journalist is more engaged in the investigation, and they represent a part of the civil society. If we consider the textile example, for bloggers, the core information will be that something happened to GameStop. Either you need to buy it or you need to do something about it. I think for the media, the following information will be provided that the bloggers, they accelerate the game store shares. I think the biggest player is Trump, Mr. Trump, because he's accelerating the market. He's dispersing it. Yeah, if you don't subscribe to real Donald Trump, I think he's the best bloggers. If you don't follow Mr. Trump's page, then you will not have the insights about the market. Well, and how should we reach out the audience? What's the best way to do that? Should we adjust ourselves to it, or we will give the news in the dances of TikTok, or how is there a recipe? Is there a silver bullet or the balance how to push our ideas to the public? Well, I passed a couple of training and people told me that we need to shoot reels the following way, like 30 seconds reels, entertaining and engaging content, and the most important information will be provided at the end. I was watching different reels, and I decided to create a reel, and then I understood, then I realized that this is not the way I want to do that. So probably I confessed that the audience is smaller, which I can cover with this entertainment videos. Well, there is a choice: either you get an audience, or you do something else. Let me tell a few words about it. Well, you are right by mentioning that we have different tools. We deal with different tools. So with the bloggers and professional journalists, they have different content to consume. We analyzed the U.S. market, and 68% of Americans, they don't take information from the official media. 50% of Americans, they get information from the media, from social media and YouTube. The Twitter is more a giggy thing. Less people go there. But what interesting is, over the past 5 years, TikTok mushroomed. It dramatically grew from 5% to like 50% of people go to social media to check news. Well, it becomes clear that if you want to convey the appropriate and useful information, then you need to follow these formats. So we also have a service in our product that our listeners can send our portfolio for the elaboration. For example, he sends a screen from TraderNet, and we can see that the same securities are there. And I ask, why it is all like that? And I ask those listeners, why do you use these papers? Because they follow the blogger, they bought this thing, and they came to a normal service. Some useful details can be well packed by professionals, and now you can follow the portfolio. For example, just to dance. So, and the most important thing, who you want to see your audience represented by which people. If you want to see the dancing audience, then you need to dance. If you want to see some people who want long reads, then you need to adapt your content for them. Well, and if you use different information delivery channels, you need to adapt your materials, not only Telegram channels, but if you want to use TikTok, then you have to dance. Well, Yulia, what's your opinion? Well, the question was how to get the attention Well, frankly speaking, it's a little bit complicated topic. Well, I try to sit and reflect, not to dive so much into many details and not to reflect on that so long. Well, the key currency of bloggers, the media content producers, is the trust. The trust. Through trust, gaining trust is the long journey. You need to build something. You need to gain some other people trust. Yeah, you can create Netflix and you can bring all people there. Now, not only the journalists and bloggers, but also Netflix, books, and other things that represent our competitive field. Well, as a matter of fact, we are closer to each other as we may seem. Well, thank you very much. It's already 18 minutes past 7. Well, we started a little bit late. So just a couple of questions from the audience. That's some other question. Yeah, hello. My name is Malika. I study business analytics. Well, my question is, like 5 years ago, marketing started developing very fast. After that, many courses appeared. I studied 3-4 years for marketers, and it takes 2-3 months to get a diploma, and new certificates can be given. Will it happen the same thing to analytics? Like starting 3 years? Maybe I can answer this question. Well, Vadim explained everything pretty well today. There are specific and very severe requirements to the analyst. Only 1 in 1,000 people can be chosen. No, this is not this way, but we have a very hard selection process, but we make sometimes our framework much simpler rather than they used to be. But this is not the matter that the framework is harsh, but I mean, we have a very harsh selection process, and we are ready to take a person, but training and again training him. Well, as long as ChatGPT is there, there are certain mechanisms which will allow the knowledge to be approved. If you talk about the professional analytics, we know that there are some courses on trading or some other attempts to create courses on investments. And sometimes the people out there do not comply with specific norms. Colleague, thank you very much for being with us until the end of this session. Thank you very much for staying with us in this summer day in the middle of the winter. Thank you very much for this invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't go. Now we will have the prize drawing session and prize awarding of our championship.
Итак, дамы и господа, вот и последний аккорд. Сейчас самое приятное.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and now the most pleasant story is the prize drawing and awarding ceremony. Meanwhile, all the items are being prepared for the prize drawing. Just the final remarks. Okay, let's make a very thunderous round of applause. Okay, please don't stop clapping before I announce. Okay, before you tell something, please introduce yourself, and after that, people started introducing. This is the mass influence when you speak from the stage. Well, my question is, when it comes to media, who supports bloggers? Okay, from media, who supports official media? And again, official media are winning. Well, in all conferences I speak, we have a very big problem in the media is dealing with the government. This is not what you just thought, but the government fails to advertise themselves. All the news that take place for some reason, you are right by asking, by mentioning this matter. Many people learn some things from bloggers, some other stories, but the government says, like, check the media, and there was an information about it. I remember there was breaking news about the draft of the bill of the law that changed everything, that breaks the game in the government. I told guys, look, you have 2,000 views, but there was a news of last year and only 2,000 views. In this regard, the most interesting thing is that the government must be involved. We need to involve government there. And if you consider this matter from a different perspective, where the bloggers get information from the internet, and where this information appears in the internet, it appears through the official media. The bloggers take information either from the official media or from some bills of the law if they follow the market, and it will never appear some other way, because then it's gonna be like cheating and inventing. Okay, these are the tokens, and these are 3 prizes that we have from our organizers. First, we make the prize drawing of small decks. I have no clue what is there. Okay, I have nothing in my hand. I'm not showing you the tricks, the magic tricks here. Okay, number 300. There's number 300. If I didn't count by 3, 1, 2, 3, okay, goodbye. Then next, someone failed. You know, like it's like hiring people. 48. Number 48. Uh, 48. You know, it's not the. It's not. It's just randomly chosen person. I swear. One insight, white phrase. One insight, one phrase from you. You've been here for the long day. Use Freedom Broker. Okay, next. Next, 32. Please. $32. It's all fair. What's your insight? Boost your soft skills. What's your major? Horeca. Yeah, I'm in Horeca business. And the last case, 215. Is there 215? $215 is there inside. What's your insight of the day? And your major, you are the teacher of accounting and reporting. Okay, what's the insight of the day that touched your heart? I can't get it. Okay. Go, AI, go in Kazakhstan. You support the president. The photographer, this side, please. Okay, guys, thank you very much. I've done my part of this ceremony, of this work, and now, Vadim, let's award our champions. Thank you very much again for staying with us until the end. Well, we had two tables of juries which haven't aligned their positions. That's an interesting thing. Okay, without any further ado, okay, let's invite the team to the stage that takes third place. RCN.
Да, ребят, я не буду говорить, что там...
Dear guys, thank you very much for participating. The victory is always important, but you've done a really great job. You've made a big journey. You've come a long way. Your achievements are noticeable now. We congratulate you on your success. We will also discuss the internship in our team. Okay, let's be in touch. We will invite you later for the family picture. And now, without any further ado, Crusaders. Okay, guys. You are excited to share the second place. Well, that's an outstanding job. Normally you take place. I hope that you will take the first rank, and I think that many people in this audience really evaluated very impressively the work that you've done. The work was really outstanding. Well, let's be in touch altogether. Please don't go away that far. Okay, and the Lehman Brothers, you're invited to the stage.
Да, вашу работу оценили практически все судьи с отличием.
You have the honors diploma, honors certificates, and with the first rank you have a special gift today, the symbolic bills from Freedom Finance as the memory of your journey that you've done, how thorny it was. Congratulations. Please don't part. We haven't done the memory picture. And now all together, and the jury, please proceed to the stage. The jury, because you define the faith of our team.
Всем спасибо.
Thank you very much. On that, we announce our conference and the championship finished. Thank you very much.
There was information noise, too many events, everything happening at once, nothing staying in focus. Today, the noise fades. Only verified news available 24/7, news that truly moves the market and helps you make informed decisions. There were endless digital streams, countless windows, a constant race with no finish line. Now, expert analytics are in one place. Clear, structured, ready to use. Choose the most promising idea and invest with a single click. There were different time zones. Night trading, a rhythm that never fit your life. Now, up to 18 hours of trading a day on a single ITS platform. Opportunities open when you are ready. Freedom Broker, a proven partner for your investments.